Good evening. Good evening, good evening. We have a little bit of a recap to do before we get started, but let's give it a minute or two. Hello, Nut, Zoppa, Ion, Mao, Jepski, H-Quill, Jan, Nifma, Zero, CB Dude, Toro, Fated, everybody else too. Okay. Fat Sheep. Hello, hello. So, the rumors are true. We have made it to floor 12. And that is where we'll begin. Let's check the server first, just because we don't want to miss if someone is on some insane run. But just like floor 10, actually floor 11, floor 12 has been first reached by Ren. How's the Big Thirsty doing? Doing fine. Building scenery. As far as I know. Hello, Kim. Okay, so Hazard on floor 7 right now. Mara floor 5, Tully floor 4, Bernardi playing. We have some others on the server, but I think Hazard probably the number one name to look out for. Elcon might be beginning a session a little bit later. Lobam. Please do not trash talk other streamers on my stream. Thank you. Hi, Smexy. Not what the stream is meant for. Okay. Alright. Hazard will get this run going then. Not you, Bun. You're fine. But, okay, Hazard, let's see this run go up to floor 8, if it does, and then we can check out what has happened earlier today. New world record, by a mile. And it's kind of like what we said, like, sometimes you kind of get stuck in these, like, sections that are hard to figure out. But then, eventually, when someone understands, like, okay, this is how you do it, then the rest of the floor, rest of the section might be pretty quick to understand. I already have it. H-Quill, thank you though. Bren got to floor 12. We'll check it in just a moment. Let's see if Hazard can get these jumps through. I'm guessing that the floor 8 beginning will probably go pretty well. Usual for Hazard. We will literally check it if you have 1 minute of patience, even 10 seconds of patience. Okay, so I have it right here. So this is the run, and we can check it out. So indeed, Bren did make it once more over the plastic halfpipe on floor 11. Was able to get these jumps down, Was able to land. Then lining up. Here we see what Bren managed to get to work. Clipping this wall, kind of what we were talking about. Sort of like jumping into it almost as a wall ride, and it works out. So Bren lands, and then a little bit of discovery later. The route is exactly what we thought it would be. Doesn't make it any less scary, but seems fine. Then getting to this point, onto this circle, and I was kind of talking about how this looks like it's a very heavy speed check. So you jump uphill. Bren hesitates the first time. This is a VOD, yes. Bren's VOD from earlier. Gets the speed, lands, and turtles over uphill sand into the water. It's a bit of a miracle. It's a bit of a miracle that worked out. But it is huge, because now it's only one jump, and Bren has made it to floor 12. So this is indeed, there's a Twitch VOD from Bren's stream. And get it first try. Oh, there might have been an attempt before this, yeah. But this time, officially a new wall record, and we can see floor 12 by Whiskey, parse ramp. Whatever parse means. And there we are. Floor 12 has been reached by Bren. Now, that's not all. Bren, believe it or not, Bren didn't just say like, oh, that's good for the day, I'm gonna log out. There's going to be an attempt here. On floor 12 as well. Kind of checking out like the angles, making sure that this kind of a jump is possible. Purple disaster translated from Dutch. I understand. So the ramp kind of with a double meaning there. Clever, clever. So, Whiskey has been building some trail maps, and I have to say, after seeing these first few jumps here that you will see right now, there's definitely some similar style that can be seen here. Bren taking speed, landing, jumping, landing. Very barely landing. But we now have the first section of floor 12 down as well, thanks to Bren. Clearing like 4 new sections on this run. Impressive. So then there's an attempt. But it's not enough speed. Lands here, very fortunately, lands on this ring again. And is able, if we skip a little bit, is able to once more get to the water, barely. That seems to be the final boss, this water landing. Seems to be the main boss of this floor. But Bren has made it work. Then goes in, again. So now he's thinking like, okay, maybe we need to chain. Maybe we need to chain these jumps. But it looks very tough to do so. We'll crush the wall. Here barely survives this turn as well. So now looking for like something else, like, okay. Something I'm missing, some other jump, maybe to the far ramp on the side, maybe somewhere else. Maybe here, maybe here. Maybe there's something more. The problem with this floor is that floor 11 is very tough to fall down to. So here Bren will attempt to do a recovery, because the speed here seems to be pretty necessary. So falls off, drops to the water, wants to try the chain. This 22 hours is complete bullshit again, guys. Don't trust any numbers regarding validation, okay? Let's not start this with another number. We had the 66 hours already, which was absolutely not true. Bren will clip this landing again. Oh my god, it's not official source. And then into the water again, yeah. Seems to think that this has to be this, and makes the recovery again. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit. And then tries one more time, tries to chain it, but it's just not enough speed. So, barely missing out on the landing, not getting the correct one, and falls all the way down. This is our floor 12 attempt. I do not think there was another one. I don't think there was another one later that made it to floor 12, though if someone knows of one, then let me know, but I don't think there was one. So, there's something more to this. I don't know if it's gonna be the chain thing, but again, it is a lot of science done by Bren, and a huge achievement to get to this point. So one more clip I actually want to show of the person who is currently frozen on the screen because I'm alt-tabbed. So Hazard, I saw also on Janix's clips that Hazard made it to the half pipes but missed on the plastic bounce on this loop. So close to floor 12. But this is a new one. This is a new thing that has happened. That is so unfortunate. And I'm not really sure, like, was this too slow maybe? Something weird here. But Hazard, so close, but so far from floor 11. I don't know what I said, but yeah, here it is. Did he keep reversing? No, you can see on the input display. Definitely accelerating. Definitely doing wiggles. Something weird. But either way, Hazard has gotten the ice spin multiple times now. And now that we tune back into the game, Hazard, not disappointing, keeps the run going while we watch the floor 12 attempt there. So, that's the current situation here. And we shall see if anyone else can reach floor 12. Hello everyone who just joined. I missed a bunch as I was explaining this. Epic Dude, Sigvason, Speedy, is up. Clean line from Hazard. Everybody else I might not have noticed there. But yeah, we're gonna be here for a while now. Seeing if these runs get going. Currently also, great progress, floor 8. I do not play this golf. Clean landing. Doing very nicely. Hello, Note. Yumi. Yukems. How are you today? Excited over the new floor? Very. I'm just hoping that we get players in there again. We shall see. Okay, well. Hazard up to floor 10 once more. See, let's see how the ice is going now. Hello, Dump. New world record in meters, I think, was 1270. 1288 actually, 1289. So almost 1300. Icy wheels, dirt soup, no problem. Good line. So. Hazard's best mechanic definitely is the old school, like, RPG stuff. I feel like floor 12 will be very strong for both Bren and Hazard, if it's gonna be these like ramps and these kind of like more intuitive jumps. But it seems like there might be some pathfinding to do. And I mean floor 11 will be Hazard's territory as well. Apart from maybe the plastic half-pipe stuff. Going pretty good so far. I am Aurelius. What about you? Here we go then. Sliding up. It's a little bit late, but you can slide back. Hazard seems to know how to do this recovery. Very good control. Like, I feel like a couple days ago we saw people fail this and they kind of panicked and they didn't really know what to do, but now immediately knows. I need to do the ice slide to the other direction, it's gonna be fine. And this time makes it. Hazard was playing a LAN tournament over the weekend, yes. Together with Skandir. So now he's getting back in and already looking very good. Let's see. The jump, oh, barely into the pool. Now the ice spin. Gets the gear, the spin, maybe enough speed, and it will be. Oof, that is very scary, but manages to save it. Oof. I will say Hazard definitely not looking as good. Careful, Hazard. Careful. Car is sliding. Not looking as good on this ice spin as Elcon, for example, or Virtual, but makes it through. Then the speed. Over into the plastic. Makes it as well. Very close to another attempt on the half pipes. Just the landing into the plastic first. Works. Now let's hope. Hazard has made it all the way through the hole. We just watched the clip. Didn't manage to save it then, but could be it a little bit far to the side. The wheel might clip. Yeah, Hazard knows this as well. We'll try to redo this. Oh, that jump is too far. Oh no. Seems like a very difficult recovery to make, especially when you have icy wheels then when you land on this plastic. It could be better to just take the loss there and go back into the beginning of the floor. What we saw Elcon do at some point was... Why am I here? What we saw Elcon do was essentially like just stabilizing the car over here and then jumping over here. And that seemed pretty good. It's fairly close, and then you just start the floor again. This landing, like, I get that it's possible, but like icy wheels onto the plastic and this like very unpredictable jump. Of course it would save a lot of time, and you wouldn't need to do the spin again, so maybe it is the better choice. Kinda depends, but... Yeah, you can go back and forth as well, but like that is also kind of tricky, because you kind of practice doing this line, where you start from the right, you go for the left, and then you have enough space to turn around. So I feel like even with the redo, like it's not super easy. Depends on the confidence with the spin, yeah. If you're not very confident, then that might be the better choice. Yeah, okay, so, let me do one thing. I'm gonna, because people are going to be asking, for the water guard clip, I'm just gonna make Brent's VOD a comment real quick. I'll do it like this. Oh, hazard. Unfortunate. Apologies for the camera work there. We'll get a new run going, for sure. Grenade. AFK. Okay, so this one... Oh, granite is going as well. And granite is run back to the ground, then I didn't even see what happened, unfortunately, because I was doing this one. Turn down right. Oh, maybe, like, it could be some weird inverted steering again. I guess you never know. Game is strange. Maybe just didn't know where to go. I guess that's possible. Not either way, looking good though. Getting runs up for sure. Yeah, Groundy does switch to keyboard for the turtle stuff. We have a lot of players now in the like first few parts of floor 8. Mada is there probably, like I'm not sure exactly. Mada's PB, yeah, 880, so in the like beginning parts of floor 8, or at most like middle part. Got a PB today, okay. Solid. Don't look at the inputs on the spectating overlay too much, because these are in spectating, And how the plugin reads the inputs is just estimating the wheel position. So it's not the inputs of the player actually, it's just a guess from the plugin. And it's even an even more inaccurate guess, unfortunately for Mata, when you're spectating on a server. So don't trust the inputs too much in determining what input device they're using. Hazard, for example, is using a keyboard, even though it looks like it's like going, you know, not instantly there. But that's, if you look at the front wheels carefully in spectating, you can notice that they're a little bit like laggy, a little bit, you know, slow. So that's the reason. Middle part of floor 8, yeah. So we have Tally also on floor 8. We have Granadi now on floor 8. We have Mata on floor 8. A lot of players trying to get through to floor 9. And floor 9 is very well figured out at this point. It has all the setups, it has all the speeds. We know everything. You can even have multiple strats that you choose from. So at the end of the day, it could be that, you know, the turtle stuff is mechanically very difficult for some to figure out, and some other tricks on floor 8 as well. Like for example, the final jumps can be pretty tricky to get down. But then floor 9 might go a little bit faster for many of these players, just because there's all the strats and all the setups and everything else already there. So we might have more people jump into floor 10 pretty quickly. Quicker than we assume. World record line has moved. It is now beyond floor 12. That is because Ren has reached floor 12. 2 jumps into it. Shortcut on floor 5. Which one? Hello again. Obtain, I'm doing great, what about you? Wall hit at the... what? Floor 4 PB. Damn. That is very solid. On the practice map they're doing it. Okay. Wall hit at the start. Okay, let's check it out. I don't know what it's gonna be, but there is a practice. Yeah, they've released the new practice floor. Floor 5. And this is starting to be in the range where some players might actually benefit from practicing this as well. I'm pretty sure that, you know, the top guys are very solid at this. Oh god, okay. Haven't seen that one. Is that like doable? Looks too risky. This is not, yeah, it's not like something it requires the wood grip as well. I don't think even Elcon will do it, honestly. That looks... because the stuff you're skipping is so easy again for these guys. Like, they already know how to do the bobsleigh landing and everything else. I don't think it's gonna be worth it for them. You underestimate Elcon. Elcon is already not doing the floor 8 shortcuts. That saves more time. And that's probably easier, even though it's been known since, like, you know, for a week, probably. So, I'm basing my assumption on evidence. Bren does have a pretty strong RPG background as well, by the way. Elcon, maybe not as much. I'm not like 100%. I think Elcon is like a very sort of, kind of like a generalist, kind of knows everything extremely well, but doesn't really have like many areas of like extreme knowledge apart from ice and full speed, which, you know, obviously those Elcon is super good at. Probably update this plugin as well. Do that. The intended way? I mean, both are intended, right? Intended shortcut. You're cutting the other path short. So the shortcut on floor 8, let's see. It's should land. Yeah, hazard is through. We can quickly check. It's right above. So, here you have the bobsleigh landing, right? You have the beam landing here, and then you go to the bobsleigh here. So this quarter pipe, there's two ways to do this. One is that you jump to the right, which everyone is doing. And then you do the tunnels here, you go up here to the ramp, you jump here. You probably have seen this if you've been watching Deep Deep. And then you land into the second turtle spot. But you notice that the second turtle spot is right there. So there is a possibility that you just jump from the quarter pipe straight forward and you land here. The shortcut is intended. This is confirmed by the mapper. The other is a detour, I suppose, but like it's so much safer. You can still have a shortcut and then a detour, right? I mean, maybe not. Whatever. Semantics. Hazard going for the ice slide setup here. Suppose finds it. The easiest. Longest clip I've watched. Yeah, well, the problem with it is that it starts from where the water court begins. And, you know, if I just show the last jump that Bren failed, if I timestamp it there, then, you know, that's gonna miss a lot of context. It is worth watching the few minutes there. Hazard back to 8. We're already climbing fast as well. Why nobody jumps directly on this plastic? Because it's a very heavy speed check. There's probably something gear related that needs to go right. Like, it's possible to chain, but it's just more stable when you do this setup. More predictable. Oh, you can land turtle as well, saving even more time, but I think we'll wait for Waldegard to see that. So here we go, bobsleigh landing works, and we will see Hazard not do the shortcut, but instead jump to the right, because it would be very unfortunate to fail that. It's probably not worth it to go for any kind of like a risky skip right now, unless it skips something equally as risky. Which this one doesn't, right? And neither does the new floor 5 shortcut. So we'll probably not see any shortcuts at all unless they actually are very easy, or if they skip something else that's like failable. Hazard onto the grass. What a weird way to climb from a turtle. I mean, Hazard does it super quickly. It works. It works. Some players do it with back wheels to climb up. A lot of players with front wheels, but Hazard has something else where the climb up is just so fast. It looks like we finally got to the full speed floor. We'll see. We will see. It seems to be very trial style. As kinda expected from Whiskey. Timing perfect as always. Now the flip. Just look at this. Flips. It's already up. Every time. It's just so fast. No one else is doing it this quickly. There's something to that like climb there. I have no idea what it is, and I've been watching him do this so many times. I actually have no clue what he's actually doing there to do it so quickly. Close wall. Bren has been cooking. Indeed, Petrov, indeed. The ending of floor 11 honestly doesn't look that easy at all. Like, you know, the heavy speed check to the pool, the final one. That one does look very difficult, but we'll see, we'll see. At the same time, Bren has done it a couple times and we have a really good idea of how much speed you actually need. Bren was twice on floor 12 on the same run. Managed to recover it to the end of floor 11 after falling. Or chose to fall once and then one recovery later. Had a few attempts, I suppose. Maybe, like, technically, maybe more than 2. But, you know, right the first few jumps on floor 12. We're gonna look at floor 12 later, or are you waiting for someone to reach it again? We'll see. If there's like a good point to check it out, then we can. When, you know, no one's on a run. We can try to like theorize what could be the solution to this last section that Bren tried to do. I felt like Bren had a pretty good attempt at chaining the jumps. But I don't know. Maybe you just need to be super fast. Let's see then. Jumping down. Jumping up. Hi Sean. Glad you're enjoying watching your day 1 VOD, and you mentioned practicing in the editor. That is not allowed for the players. No. They have to play this map only, or the officially released practice floors. Hazard looks to be on point again. Very good consistency. Very good consistency. And the jump works. Grenadi also back on floor 8. Thank you, Darwinist. We go again. Now around. And we've seen this floor plenty of times at this point. I still remember it being new and scary. Now it's kind of like the ice spin and the half pipe. Those are the two things here that players watch out for. Even the ones that are not really like experienced on ice. Not too much anyway. Feels like they have all figured out these, like, sections that are not as technical as the ice spin. Here we go. Jumping up. Sliding up. This time on the first try. Closer to the ice spin now. Has been a little shaky on the ice spin, Hazard. Cleared it last time, but barely. The previous time that I saw was also very barely. No, yeah, Hazard and Bryn are using different variations of the same skin, as far as I know. That is not the Swiss flag. Ice spin, we go in. Is the timing good? I think it might barely be enough again, and it will be. And it looks very scary, but Hazard is making it work. Taking things very carefully over here. We'll go back to the ice to get the speed. The spins are... they are truly on. Without coming up with a better expression, and without trying to do a horrible pun, they are on thin ice, right? It's very close. Very close every time. Let's see now. Let's see now. Back to the plastic and then the half pipes. Landing. Works. Didn't quite work last time. This ice part went a little bit off to the side. Hazard now, starting from the center, goes a little bit to the left, then to the right, and this looks much better than last time. Now the speed. This could be the fourth player entering floor 11. The line is a little bit to the left, but it seems to be working. Is the hit going to be there? Yes. And Hazard will be player number 4 on floor 11. There we are. And now probably has a few clips to go through, a few videos to explore, making sure that all these lines are what they need to be. We've seen this many times before. Hazard saying, no, I can't read. Time to fail first jump, clueless. But I feel like Hazard will feel much more at home on this floor than on the previous one. As we know, you clear these jumps, well, you might not know, I've been watching this for like 100+ hours, so I've seen this a few times, so. But first, you need to clear these 2 jumps. This spot you can land to. You can chain this as well. Some players who are more experienced here have been to this floor many times. They usually chain it all the way up here. Then you take speed from here, land into this quarter pipe, and jump all the way up here. Luckily for Hazard, these lines, the speeds, the setups, they are figured out very nicely. So you kind of know what to do. You know what others have done, but of course it's different doing those inputs yourself. First jump does work. The second one seems to work. Is the speed enough? It is. And Hazard goes for the chain and will land. Very nicely done. Getting those first few jumps very, very clean. Then this landing, and this landing might be a little tough. It's a bit of a blind jump. When you're setting up from here, it's not really easy to see exactly what the position is, so first try might be difficult. Now, there's a couple of recoveries. We've seen some players try to jump back up here if they fail, but the problem is that there's this light beam here, and this can give you a slowdown. Elcon tried to do this recovery, got the slowdown, and fell all the way down. So what Elcon decided to do afterwards is land here and go back to the beginning of the floor. So there's ways to recover this if you don't quite get this landing right, but we will see. The goal, get a clean jump, land all the way here. That is what you want to do. Oh, Lars has actually... Oh, okay, so my information is outdated. So Hazard, not the 4th person in floor 11, but actually the 5th. Lars has apparently managed to get to this point as well. Thank you for the update. We're gonna see. The setup here, well figured out. You put the car next to this light over here. And then you drive. And then you try your best to land this. The landing is good. Another one shot for Hazard. How impressive is that? First attempt, making it all the way to this part, and this will be a very high point of floor 11. We can see floor 12 begin right there. So this is going to be the highest point you will be in for a while. Goal is to land into this half loop here and go all the way into the water. And then you get to the next tricky jumps. This one is difficult first try. There's a recovery as long as you land somewhere in the loop. But you do need good speed here. Getting the speed from the plastic. Hazard now. Going in. Feels comfortable. Jumps in. The landing a bit far. Is it going to be enough speed to the pool? It will. Another one shot for Hazard. We'll be able to continue. And this is really, really good experience now. Finding the lines. Getting the experience. Because this is not the last time you'll be in floor 11. I seriously doubt we're watching a floor 16 run right now. But that's just how the map works. Then into this point, just doing these couple drop downs. And you can set up for the next very tricky sections. There's a couple strats for that. But let's see the landings first. Let's see these steps downwards. Onto the dirt. You want to dry the wheels first. First landing is good. Second landing is good. Hazard. makes it to the tricky high jump. Looking over into the distance, and there it is. You take speed around the ring, land over here, and you jump up. Now there's two ways to land this jump. One is what Elcon has been trying to do, landing over to this plastic, which the plastic can guard you a little bit, but you do need more speed because it's a higher jump. The other one, which is riskier but requires less speed, is you jump over here on the left and try to just line up the car so that it doesn't fall off. The problem with this jump is that if you go too far, which is absolutely possible, don't think I need to explain what usually happens. Don't think I need to say it out loud. Hazard already testing it out. Setting up the line now. Just checking the lines, making sure everything is understood. No surprises in the speed, no surprises in the line. Checks this out with a little bit more speed now, and now I think we'll see the setup. Has to happen eventually. Don't think there's anyone in the world right now who one-shot this jump. Hazard, I think the only player to make it all the way to this point on very first try. Here we go. Landing is good. The line to the left, and is it too much speed? That it will be. And it is the result that we've seen many times before. Great run from Hazard though. We do see some of the benefit from being the 5th person to make it to this floor. The strats are figured out, you know what to do, you can check out what others have failed and what others have done right, and you figure out, okay, this is what I need to do. And Hazard has the mechanical skill, has the nerve control to make this run very, very good. First try on floor 11, and makes it all the way from here to the loop, to the water, to this jump. Very, very, very good for Hazard. Or gore to release, Hazard says. But an impressive run either way. Granody also on a personal best run, by the way. Oh, did the virtual actually one-shot that jump? Okay. Well, at the very least, you know, I don't think anyone has made it that far with no mistakes before on floor 11. Thank you, Wondergon, for the prime. I think Virtual didn't do it first try. I know that Virtual has failed that jump. I'm not 100% if it was first tried. Oh well. Hard to keep track of absolutely everyone like this. Floor 66 took 16 hours to calculate shadows. True. Elcon might show up pretty soon. Usually not maybe this early, maybe within an hour or so. We'll see. Grenade, a little bit shaky on the turtles. Just these with keyboard, apparently. Oh, times it well though. Now just a flip. Chance to get another player to floor 11 here. Floor 9, I mean. Not quite 11 just yet, but... Oh. Goes very far. I think this will be a redo. Yeah, Granny not able to climb up, and... that means that you have to go all the way back, redo the turtle. It is possible. Oh, you could just go to the... You don't need to drive, like, you can just, you know, this is the... You could, you know, like... Oh, well. Works. I guess the ledge can be a little, you know... to be fair, when you're on a PB run, you're probably going to be a little bit scared of anything even slightly unpredictable. Like, you might not be 100% sure what that small drop down will do. So you will just say like, okay, let's not do that drop down. Let's just take the route where you don't need to jump anywhere. Very slow right now. Oh. Barely making it. Needs to keep the turtle going. And the flip. Times it well. Climb. Looks good. And Grenade. Through the turtles. All three done. Now just the final jumps. We'll probably discover these a little bit. We know how to do them. Well, not how to do them, but how players have done them. So you go here. Jump down from the sausage block. Turn around in the quarter pipe. And then jump all the way to the right. And jump all the way to the right again. This is essentially the beginning of floor 9. This is just press forward, the uphill. So you need to be able to just do these jumps. You should be fine. Probably checking some clips. I was ready to go. Hello, Stealthling. Getting the speed then. First landing looks good. Turn around here to the right. This is not going to be a lot of space on the other side. Still makes it work. Gets the landing and lands the second one. Stays on the platform. Great job from Grenade. Was very, very close to the edge of the quarter pipe, but worked out fine. So now, this climb up can be a little bit scary. It looks scary, but haven't seen problems on it. There was another hill like this, though it was a downhill a little bit earlier. Already now switching back to wheel, a small steer to the left side we can see, and then up we go, safely on to Strawberry Cheesecake by Rioter, floor 9. And now we'll get to discover these sections. Floor 12 has been reached by Bren. figuring out the first sections there. Managed to get all the final parts of floor 11 down. Now we know what to do there as well. And Hazard also had a great run on floor 11. First try on floor 11 and made it all the way to the high jump. High jump just before the plastic halfpipe. So the players wouldn't be loading the map in the editor. Lars has also made it to floor 11. So we have a pretty good group of players now. Getting further and further. So Scrappy at the end of floor 10 as far as I know. Now we have Hazard on the high jump on floor 11. Lars 2 sections roughly below Hazard. And then we have Simo still, I think, trying to get the final parts of floor 10 as well. Yeah, Scrappy got past the spin, but not past the plastic. Brandy has discovered this section. We'll try out the line a little bit, making sure everything's correct here. Timo PB by like 1 jump today. Oh, so got to the last pipe before the ice spin. Floor 11 was like 4 days. Or how long? 3 days at least, I think. Randy makes the first jumps. Now the turbo landing. Aim looks good. But the weird bounce on the landing. Now, this is one of the better recovery points though. There is a recovery here. You have to jump into this hole over here. As long as you make this jump, you will be fine. Randy seems to know what to do. Now if you miss the jump, and you land into the water, that's a much worse route you need to take. So you have to make this jump. It's a difference between floor 7 and floor 9. Landing this. Fake that. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it a lot. Oh, no problem. Fake that. That is my pleasure. Happy if it's worthwhile. Lining up the drop. Knows what to do. It's like on any other map, this kind of a drop down, Granny would be like, okay, yeah, I'll just do it. But this is Deep Dip 2. And you know how much is at stake? This is a personal best run for Granny already. So this landing has to work, and it works. So, not the hardest jump ever for a player with Grenadi's skill level, but it's just everything is scary when you get to this point on the tower. Almost 1,000 meters high now. The recovery here is to take speed, jump with this block onto the left, and then you take the ramp onto the right, get some speed, land onto this ramp, and then to the beginning of the floor. We've been seeing many people do this before. Some have failed. It's not trivial, but it is also not the hardest thing you have to do on this map. So, ready? Lining it up. Oh, gets the first jump. The second one should be easier. Ready? Lining it up here. Not sure how that's gonna go, actually. Okay, it works. Most players just take a straight line on the other side of the beam, but it seems to be enough speed. And then back to the beginning of the floor. Hazard still on AFK. On the start line. Oh, Grenade. Some extra precision showcase here. Finding the speed here. Dropping in. Gets the landing and gets the second one as well. Back we go. The line onto the turbo was good. I wonder if the speed was just a little bit low. Maybe needs a little bit more. But all this practice will be very good. It's not an easy floor to do at all. Landing, much better. Very clean. It's not an easy floor, of course. No floor is truly easy. But it is something where knowing the strats, knowing the clips, having seen everyone do their own lines will definitely help. So I think Grenady will have a chance of getting pretty far here just because the strats are so well known at this point. Now this one, not so complicated. Take maximum speed, jump ahead, turn a little bit in the air so you make sure you stay on the beam. There it is. Well done. Hello, Red. So then, on to the left. Works out fine. Now, very, very careful line. Wait, why is Grenady here? It's a very strong personal best run. Started from the middle part of floor 8, and now we're here. Could be another full floor PB. The turtle part was a little bit shaky at times, but it worked out pretty well. A couple mistakes, but all recoverable. Now getting more and more experience on that technique. No. Just goes for the line, okay. First time trying this section and just no setup. we still see everybody else set that up pretty carefully, but Granity first try on this line and just goes for it. Maybe it's the wheel precision, the absolute accuracy on the wheel that you can do. Suppose it works. And now this next jump. This next jump will get you to the 1000 meters. Really, whether you make it or not, you will get to the 1000 meters, but it is not the hardest jump on this floor. After this jump, Granity will, I think, be ahead of Manuel. Yeah. Has Mara made it here as well? No, Mara is on floor 8 still. Yeah. Scandier on... Still probably the final part of this floor. Or has Scandier already made it to floor 10 as well? Well, let's see then. Why Bren doesn't have that white stripe on red plastic. Let's see Granity do this jump, and then I'll explain. The line is very good. 1000 meters reached. Stays on the platform as well. So it depends on graphic settings. Shader settings, more precisely. You have these lines on edges of platforms when you have high shader settings. If you have low shaders, then you don't see them. So it is my graphic settings that you're seeing right now. Very solid run so far. Now, this next section has been difficult. Even for players that have been here many times before, you need a lot of speed. A lot of players going very much on the edge of the platform here. Jumping off, landing on the pole, landing on the platform, and then jumping high up onto this. If you get the setup well, generally that works fine. Great camera angle we have here. Granity often plays with the internal camera, by the way, so the view is something like this, right? Without the wheels in front. That is Granity's playstyle. Looks more like this, really. You can have these wheels as well if you want. There's two different like ways to use this internal camera, but most players choose not to have it. Well, Granity, some motion was detected. There's a small steering input as well. Oh, going in now actually. Already lining up. Jumping. Very good landing. Is the line right? Very solid. Another section cleared. First try. This next jump, not so difficult. Meant to just be like a transition to this next part, really. And then the next turbo landing. Not too bad of a speed check. And then we have the quarter pipes if Granny makes it all the way. The fact that Granny started about 3 days late doesn't seem to matter too much anymore. Doesn't really seem like it's affecting this progression at all. Like, you know, Hazard also has had a couple of days off, so at this point it doesn't really seem like whether you started on day 1, whether you've been playing every day, it doesn't really matter all that much as the competition goes on. Goes for the jump. Gets it safe. I don't know if Grenade is going to do the Neo Slide strategy here. Might just go for the... Yeah, might go for the No Slide strat. Kinda testing it out first. The Neo Slide not so important. Simo also not doing the slide strategy here. Starting with a little bit less speed and gets a different line. So Grenade as well. Goes for the release strategy. Works perfectly. We should be getting onto the difficult quarter pipes here. There we go. Grenade, excellent progress. We'll now make it to this part. So first, needs to get onto this road. And then there's a choice you can make. You can go for the hazard strategy, which Hazard is still doing. Lining up from this side, doing the high jump here. So jumping high, landing here, which can be a little bit risky because of the weird wood physics that you have. You might accidentally go too far and crash this wall here. To be fair, it's possible with the other strategies too, but I think it's a little bit unpredictable how the car behaves on the high jump. But Hazard has been making it work. The speed with both strategies very similar, so then you need to jump all the way up here. The other way is to line up on the left side of the hole, which is what pretty much everyone else is doing right now. Doing a line here, taking a very low jump instead. So jumping right off of this point, getting a very clean landing, and then going here. The ending is the same with both strategies, but suppose it's up to the player preference what you want to do. Both strats have been tried, tested, and proven to work. Both have their own risks. Now the good side to this is that as long as you make it to the quarter pipe and as long as you somehow land back there, if you make a mistake or if you have too low speed or something and you want to retry this, it is very recoverable. So all you need to do, get some speed, jump to the left, land to this ramp, and then go back up. And then you try it again. So you can try this for as long as you like, for as long as you don't commit in a way where the car will miss the landing back to the half pipe. Like we might be going, at the very least, onto the road. A little bit scary, a little bit of a scary climb. A lot of players just taking this very safe. Hello F and Kettle. Currently gets the safe line, and this looks like the low jump lane. That will be the choice. That is what most people are using. Lining up. Personal best marker is from Grenade. So we've already climbed quite a bit on this run. It is nice that it's still the old one, so we can see how much this run actually means for Grenade. Checking Bren VODs for this, yeah. No, yeah, like, this is probably the better option anyway. It seems like even players who were doing the high jump line have switched to this line. And I think this was the mapper, I think, hinted towards this being the, like, intended line as well. Let's see then, Grenady. First attempt at this. It's not going to work. It will hit the wall, jumping a little bit too far left, and we've seen this many times before. Very fortunately, when you fail this jump like this, you often do land into floor 8. So then you can go back. You can go and recover from here. Now there's two ways that people do. A lot of players are still going here, by the way. A lot of players are still going to the reset to do the turtle again. But there is a tunnel here as well that some players have gone to. So you can get into the pool. It's a little bit hidden here, so some people, I think, just miss it. But you can drive through this tunnel. I think it is safe to drive through. And you can get right past the final turtle part. So the world record currently on the map, that's gonna be... So this is where Elcon and Bren were stuck for a couple days even. Bren was able to clear this jump, kind of clipping this landing here, then made the way through here, jumped down here, took some speed, barely was able to make this jump into the pool, and then the turbo onto floor 12. Did manage to also clear these first few jumps to this point, but this point is kind of like what we're not 100% on. It does seem like it could just be chaining everything from the beginning of the floor, that was Bren's guess, and jumping all the way here. And then you continue from here, you go here, some, you know, transitions, we shall see. We shall see. Renee, this looks like going for the turtle, I suppose, or... To be fair, like, this can be, this kind of a line, if you have wet wheels especially, can be a little scary. I don't know if it's scarier than to do the turtle thing. We shall see. What's your favorite floor? Too hard to choose from. I appreciate so many creative aspects of different floors. Like the design of floor 10, the visuals of floor 10 are super cool. Seems like it will be the... Oh, going on this beam. Okay, so actually taking the long way into the tunnel. That works as well. Why not? Maybe it's a little bit safer than to do this line here. I don't know. But, Renati, going through. And here we are. Back to the end of floor 8. Floor 4, also very creative, the tilted line, right? 11, visually also super cool. Hello, KB. No problem at all. It is in the comment F, by the way. The WR clip links you to the VOD. But Bren has indeed reached floor 12. Very impressive. Oh, don't be sorry. I'm just saying it because it's faster to type if you're answering people, which I appreciate. Hey, home. Floor 6 also is very nice. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like every floor is super cool. There's memorable moments from every single floor so far. It's great. Oh. Already many great runs, and we've only been here for like an hour. Just copy paste. Fair enough. It works. Yeah, sure enough, but like it's not too often, right? Not so far. Not like a lot of work. Well, good practice on floor 9. Trying to find the correct turn here. This is the one. All the way onto the pole. Then the turbo landing. Looks good. Releases maybe a bit too much. I understand you don't want to be too fast when you land, but I think Granada is risking the back wheel clip again, which happened on the first time. Maybe releasing a little bit too much compared to other players that we've seen. Ren has current world record. Yeah, Granada not really spending a lot of time lining up this plastic, but it's working out. The wheel definitely makes those small adjustments on the fly definitely easier, yeah. We go. Landing will work a little bit close. I think some players kind of choose to jump that a little bit more sideways so that they don't fall down like this, but it will work. Wasn't too close. No, the speed checks here. A little bit to the side on the pole, but still lands clean. No slowdown there. Very nicely done. Then on to the turbo, not doing the Neo slide, understandably, on the wheel. So I do know that Granady did that 10-hour Neo slide map once on wheel. So I guess, you know, would have the muscle memory for that, but choosing not to. Oh, did it on keyboard? Was it keyboard? I thought it was a wheel, but okay, it might be misremembering. No, the PB is correct. It's Granady's previous run. This is already a huge personal best run. Then we go. Did fail this one time, jumped a little bit too far to the left. Not happy with that line. We'll redo. Through we go. Landing a little far. This will probably go through. Yeah, nice try to backslide that, and it will get Granady. through floor 8. Very quick reflex there to do that small bug slide on the plastic. This could be recoverable. I think you can at least... Yeah, you can jump down here and then do the same recovery as before. Without the bug slide, might be a long way down. But, of course, yeah, the landing a little bit too far now. No time to adjust the line here. I don't think there's any better recovery here. I think you just go and land on this plastic. It should be safe. This, you know, looks like glass and, you know, that's what it is. But the surface behaves the same as this surface. So this and this same surface gameplay-wise. So you just need to air brake, make sure you land, then you're fine. Air brake. Land. Yeah, fine. Back to the end of floor 8. Glad to hear. Go up. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do. Already did this the last time. Knows the shreds, but getting some good experience. Jumping up to the right. And the landing is great again. 3 out of 3. We're streaming in 936p. It looks better on lower bitrates. For like a mathematical reason. Looks better than 1080p. Scrappy on floor 9 jump now. Oh yeah? Scrappy not playing on the server apparently today, so we will maybe get updates here from you guys. Thank you. Just fell through. Okay. Scrappy has been getting some very promising runs too. Very close to floor 11 as well. So more and more players getting to the floor 11 range. It's starting to get a lot tighter right now. Oof, currently. Again, slight clip with the back wheels, but this time works just fine. So, really the main thing that I think Elcon and Bren still benefit from is just so much more practice on floor 11 right now, on the first few parts. So they are probably less likely to make mistakes than others there. Just based on practice. Great line from Grundy again. But we will see, you know, Virtual will definitely get there more and more. Lars definitely will get there more and more. Hazard, still a little bit shaky on the ice spin, but got to floor 11 for the first time about an hour ago. So, and made it very far on the very first attempt. So I feel like floor 11 will be Hazard's sort of like very strong floor for Hazard, because it's sort of this old school jumping, platforming stuff that Hazard is really good at. But the ice spin probably needs to improve a little bit still. But it will improve. Will improve with time. No, it just looks better. 936p. At lower bit rates. See the speed checks. Jumping up. There it is. So, like, the 936 divides better for the pixels. I can't remember the whole thing, honestly. But, you know. Well, back we go. Getting another attempt here now. Knows what can go wrong. At least in 2 different ways. Lobato. Doesn't seem to have any issues with these earlier parts on floor 9. Despite this being Granny's first time on this floor. On this very run. Now, the low jump again. Jumps a bit far. This will be a redo. Yeah, Granny knows the speed. So, what we've seen people commit to is about like 230 plus. You can get all the way to 235. The line at that point seems to still be like more important than the actual speed. So I think Granady has checked the clips, did some analysis, and figuring out what exactly to commit to and what exactly to recover. Does the recovery nicely on first try. No problem. The personal best, I think, is still the previous run. I think it will update once Granady finishes this run. So, downhill, this is too far again, and we'll have to redo this, but reacts in time. Works out fine. Back we go. Great practice. Hello, Soini. Enjoying some great runs. What about you? Another try now. Jumping a little bit further to the left. Might commit to this. It's gonna be 232. Enough speed, but the line is not quite there. Is the car going to flip the right way? This is savable, but Granady has been playing on wheel, now needs to maybe switch to keyboard really quickly. And this is the downside. This is the downside when you have to switch your input device to turtle. When you need to do that quick turtle save. You try, you know, you're playing on a wheel and then it's like, oh, god damn it, I flipped upside down, now I need to switch to keyboard. You can turtle with wheel, but Granady has been doing it with keyboard, so probably it kind of looked like maybe Granady switched to it. And even if you will try to do it on wheel, since you've been doing it with keyboard through this entire map, it's probably like a little bit strange to then start doing it with wheel, right? Like it's a little bit of muscle memory, and you know you're a little bit shocked by what you need to do so quickly, and you need to make that decision super quickly. So. Yeah, well, it was a good try from Granady. A little bit short on the line, speed was definitely enough. The car moving backwards, so that's, yeah, the car will eventually hit this wall. I don't think there's much you can do. But a great personal best from Granady for sure. Very impressive run. Massive improvement, yep. Hello, J-Rocks. This is the best stream that I tune into to check on progress and learn from your astute analysis. I looked into possibilities of how to incorporate some sort of insta replay so I can go back and explain things without opening a VOD, which is clunky. think this might elevate the casting by quite the margin. So, yeah, thank you, first of all. I've been doing events previously, not really like technical production too much, unfortunately for Tally here. Back to floor 3 we go. Hugo is getting a floor 7 run going though. So on OBS that I'm using, instant replays are not easy. There can be some very extremely complicated setup to do them. But it's not something that's like, you know, stock OBS sort of vanilla feature that's easy to set up, or even like a single plugin that just makes it work. So we've used vMix, which is another OBS-like program in productions, and with vMix it's so much easier. You can like queue up like 10 replays and then you can play them all at once and you can slow them down and everything. You can do so much with vMix, but with OBS doesn't really support instant replays that well, unfortunately. Unless something has changed in like the recent months or something. So it would be very difficult to incorporate that. It would be great, but you know, we'll probably have to pass on it for now. Well, Ellie getting another run going here. We'll follow Hugo once Hugo is back. Hi Mortimus. Glad to hear J-Rex. Would it be possible to set up paddle shifters on wheel? I actually know nothing about wheel inputs. Maybe. I mean, you know, you can turtle on wheel, right? It's possible, but it's a lot of, you know, very heavy turning, and it's probably not very comfortable to do. Oh yeah, for sure, Sasha. It would be great, but I can't really realistically set it up with this setup. Maybe for Deep Deep 3 we'll set up like a 24/7 full-scale production. But that's gonna... Look, I came up with this whole cast idea on the morning of the map release. So... I had absolutely nothing set up. I still barely have anything set up because I'm streaming all day. But... yeah, maybe for the next one we can actually have a couple months to plan things out. Hey, thank you, Sasha. Scrappy is unfortunately not playing on the server, so I can't really tune into that. Also, have no idea how Scrappy would... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I haven't seen that before. That's some... That's a strong turtle. Huh? Okay. That would be an interesting turtle obstacle. Let's hope that Trunkly is not here. Oh god. Well. Yeah, I don't know how Scrappy would feel about me just slamming his stream onto my stream, so, you know, I will just not do it for now, but... Or maybe I'll, you know, if Scrappy gets some, like, wildcard run. But yeah, I'll probably ask these people who are not on the server if they would be fine with it. Deep Deep 3 probably not in the works as the Deep Deep 2 event is still ongoing. Yeah, maybe you home. Oh, Hugo moving. I think this personal best... did Hugo make floor 8? Oh, I can't remember. Like, you know, the PB is... I think this is a floor 8 PB. I don't think floor 7 goes this high. It's sometimes hard to say because the floors kind of overlap in terms of height. But I think the highest you can go on floor 7 is like 820 or 830. So yeah, I feel like it's the beam jump as well. It's likely it. That's true, Sigfusson, yeah. Thousands of hours validating Deep Deep 3. I've been, yeah, thinking about some like mapper interviews and such, but haven't yet been able to set anything up. I want to do it in like some kind of controlled way where there's like a point to it. Oh, this is close, but I think it's a bit too far. Oh, interesting wood grip. Actually, that works perfectly. Jumps right back to quarter pipe. Recovery very quick. Scrappy floor 10. Let's see if Scrappy can get to floor 11. Again, not on the server, so I can't check that. Hugo will be waiting here. If you're wondering why the players always seem to stop here, that is because you get wet wheels from the small pool that you jump over. So you don't want to have the wet wheels that make the car slippery and change how air control works and such. So players are just waiting for the wheels to dry there before moving on. Here we go. Oh! Oh, this will be a very dangerous landing. Bouncing. Is it gonna land on this platform here? It might... Okay, so it might slide down now. And maybe it will flip back here. That would be a floor 6 recovery. Kind of looks like it will not hit the beam. But... the car will definitely, like... It will flip somehow, you just need to somehow control it. It's gonna be very much on the edge. I think that's the danger, that you fall off. Let's see. Hugo, of course, has a very different camera angle as well. I don't even know if there's a good camera angle for a fall like this. Backwards, upside down, fall straight down. You need to somehow react correctly without really having, like, the greatest vision. Maybe camera 7. Maybe Hugo is doing camera 7 save here. Or we'll probably slow down here a little bit when the downhill ends, but I do think it's gonna keep going down. Let's see then. Okay. It's falling. Well. Hopefully. Don't tell me it's somehow stuck. Is it really? I don't actually know if it's moving. Doesn't really look like it is. Really? How is... It's still in the downhill. It's still on a slope. Yeah, Hugo resets. Alright, well, can't really blame him. I don't want to sit there all day. Trackmania is so cool sometimes. Okay, well... Brunati getting those runs going. We'll see if Elcon maybe jumps in as well at some point. Has been doing these evening sessions pretty consistently. Yesterday I think was a little bit shorter session, but Elcon was very consistent to floor 11. Do you think Deep Dip 3 will involve all cars? I very much doubt, for two reasons. One is that the other cars are still seen as kind of sort of just like a side thing in the game and not really like a main sort of thing that everyone wants to do. Some people, like Granadi for example, seem to be enjoying them a lot, but not everyone does. So in like the competitive scene and in these kinds of projects, I think there's maybe not going to be things like this. Who even knows like if there's gonna be a Deep 3 and what it's gonna be exactly. So you know, remains to be seen. But the second reason is that you need a to change the car, you need a gate that you go through. So the problem and the reason why they're not using like engine offs and when they're why they're not using like no steer blocks, which you know, disable steering, and why they're not using some like effects that need to be reset, is because if you fail something while having that effect block and you don't make it to the reset block, then essentially like there should be some like reset everywhere below so that you can continue playing. For example, if you have engine off, which literally turns the engine off, and then you just need to like you know, freewheel as it's called. Further, then, you know, if you never have a reset and you fail that section, then your engine will permanently be shut down and you need to restart the run. I think for that reason also the car gates wouldn't be used. I mean, you could make giant gates and stuff, but that adds clutter and stuff. I don't really know. Island car only? So far we only have the snow car and the rally car, but the desert car should be coming pretty soon actually. In the summer. Would the turtling plugin work if you're spectating? You mean the default movement thing? Probably not. There is no deep dip with the snow car. I'm just saying that the rally car and snow car are in this game. We'll see, Ion. I'm doing a documentary now. Oh, that's good to know. Grenadic going for the fast strat here still. Seems to be working. No problem. Getting those runs going. Hazard left the server a while ago. Maybe coming back. I don't know. Don't know if Alcon has been on today. Of course, some players might be taking breaks and such, or shorter sessions, or they might be playing in solo. Oh, Grenady, maybe a little bit too confident, and Turtles in the bobsleigh. Maybe a bit of a reminder that these jumps are still not so easy. They're a little bit tricky. Even if you've done them dozens of times by now. Just thought it'd be cool if there were some specific floors for other cars with neat tricks. Oh, for sure, yeah. Could be interesting, but... yeah, I guess they're unlikely. Yeah, maybe Ion, maybe. Not like this. Requires a little bit of planning. Hey, Monetic. We're kind of lacking some players on the server today. Some players have been playing pretty much every day. Some have taken breaks for sure. Right now, don't really have any floor 10, floor 9 people playing here. Hugo does have a pretty strong personal best, but not quite on the same area with the others yet. Could actually pick up floor 9 quickly as well, just like Granada did. Semifying has been making some good progress too. Currently, I suppose, you know, trying to get to floor 7 still. I think 713 looks like the duck jump. The mappers have been here a lot, kind of giving away some information a little bit. But yeah, also like, you know, I know that Techie has been streaming a bunch. Techie built floor 7. I don't know if on those streams Techie has been revealing some details. Oof, barely making this jump. Here are the floors that we rarely see now. Mostly watching those floor 6 and above runs. But it's good to remember that the map does indeed start from floor 0. Close landing, not quite there, but Polly has done this recovery before. A little tough, I suppose. There could be some new strat for this that I haven't seen. I believe that Kubas was a playtester for the project. Oh. So close. So close. Slippery landing though. Of course, people will take some days off, you know. This is day 13, right? So it's completely understandable that some of the players will be taking a little bit of time off. Oh, new world record height by Bob Parker. Plugin tells me. I don't know who Bob Parker is, but that's probably not something we need to consider anything. Probably not. Yeah, we can safely ignore that. It's not a real run. Good evening, Reverse Rain. When will there be a stream about editing and reviewing user maps? We'll do one on Saturday afternoon this week. Glad you enjoyed. We generally do those Saturday evening and usually for the entire session, like 8 to 10 hours. A little bit shorter now during the deep grind, but Kubas is a really good player. I mean, yeah, a lot of players, I don't know if it's like really giving up. I think some players were not really going to finish this anyway. Like, they were just gonna try it out, play a few days, maybe a week, and then they move on to something else. I feel like the people who have been like committed to finishing this from day one are still committed as well. Like, I haven't seen any like sort of signs of people like Elcon, Bren, Hazard, Virtual, Lars, you know, I haven't seen any sign of any one of those top guys right now stopping the grind. What if everyone quits? They will not. We don't need to think about it. Who is Bob Parker? No one you should worry about too much. This is not a legitimate run, at the very least. Not something that someone has actually done. Tried loading Deep 1 yesterday, feels rather broken, many errors while loading. So, the problem is probably that there are some custom pictures and you know, some like signs, for example, like, you know, the signs here on this map. These are custom images that the game has to download from somewhere. So what's most likely the case is that those links are old and they're no longer working. And that's you know, it. Nothing really more to it. So the map itself works fine, it's just not loading like every image. truly a little bit of a quiet moment. Is this some general day off for our top players? We did already, of course, see Hazard's floor 11 run and Grenadi's floor 9 run. We'll see if Elcon is also playing today. Hazard definitely a top 3 contender. Already looking very good on floor 11. Haven't seen Lars on the server just yet. Oh yeah, I'm actually Bob Parker. I'm playing on a second PC right now. I think Sima was on earlier today. We'll see. Let's hope that players are still joining later. Of course, it's still like maybe not the prime time yet. Hi, Yami. Server looks fine. Unless you mean that there's not too many players there. So the record run is not 100% like cheated, but it's definitely not like a run that someone has done. It could also be some weird bug or something. I'm only saying this because occasionally on official maps we see actual like bugged runs that are like, you know, 20 seconds faster than the world record. And the player who did that run were just trying to play normally, but the game just bugs out and, you know. So it's possible that it's not cheated, but it's definitely not like a, you know, legit run. I hope so, Yak, if it comes to that. Hi, Sid. If you built a floor for this, would you prefer it to be first floor or last floor? Probably the first floor, because it would be easier to predict what the player experience is going to be like, and it would be easier to design like a specific experience. Let's go, Yummy. Sounds good. Usually it's gonna be Discord URLs, Ion, because Discord changed how those links work, and they do not work anymore. A lot of older maps are going to use Discord links for pictures and such, and for signs and things like that, and they are just not going to work at all. All broken. Would like to be last floor and secretly make the map impossible. How would you secretly be able to do that though, when there's like map testers and everything? We've seen floor 12, yeah. Looks very, very tricky. Bren made it here earlier today, all the way up. Right here. So this is where floor 12 begins. Bren was able to clear these jumps here. Then the assumption right now is that you need to chain everything from the beginning and jump through this hole here. So that is what people are thinking about right now. Then it's probably here, landing here, quarter pipe jump, all the way up here. And then, who knows? Do you need to chain everything after? We don't really know. We'll let the players explore these. But it does seem like the first part might be that you need to jump through the hole. Unless it's some super clever bait. Media tracker that only triggers after 30 minutes. Maybe like a black screen that happens at 5 hours or something. I don't know. The bot is maybe just slow. It's been pretty slow recently for some reason. There it is. Not sure why. Yeah, that's it, Ion. Like, it would be nice to have a host, like a easy, accessible host that we know is going to, you know, keep the images forever, basically. But, like, the only way that you can be sure is to host your own stuff, right? What people have started doing, though, is a community project called Dashmap, which has really good functionality. It's very simple to use, very nice. Juliano joining the server as well. Has a pretty strong personal best 2 floor 7. Good progress there. Sounds good, Hege. While not much is going on the server, would you be willing to drive yourself for a little? Could give some perspective of how hard the map actually is. It would be nice, but I really wanna only do my first run when the whole thing is finished. I think that's going to be interesting in itself. So what we could do real quick is we could go to the public server and see how things are happening over there. 21 people here. What's the most occupied one? 26, 24, 24. Very evenly distributed. Okay, 68 people here though. So if you want some perspective, if everything looks super easy, here's the general experience. We have 68 people. And right now, can I even spectate? I don't think spectating works here the same way. Right now, basically, one person is on floor 2. And, you know, these are your average players. People who play Trackmania casually. What it's gonna be. Where was floor 2? Here. Yeah, one person here. Trying to do these tricky jumps on floor 2. Maybe there's Bob Parker as well. Don't think so though. Yeah, not seeing Bob here. Not sure if Warl is playing anymore, or maybe playing in solo or something. I don't think Warl has improved in a while. Still at top 24 here. Yeah, it's not the only public server as well. There's others too. Let's see now. How's the jump? Lines it up. Just disregard the leaderboard run, the top one right now. It's gonna be removed. Bren is still the world record holder. Of course. Let's see now. This is the thing, like, you know, your first time on this jump, and it's something that these players have done so many times. It's a good attempt, but it's a little bit short. Good attempt. But not quite landing. It's just, everything is difficult. Everything here is difficult on this entire map. And you know, the usual experience, it's gonna be this, right? You're gonna try to do the first few jumps here. And try to get to floor 1. Stealth JT is over 100 hours in, and it's yet to reach floor 3. Yeah, that is honestly, like, very good sort of mental endurance, though. Keep doing the same floors over and over. It's impressive, honestly. Just keeping the grind going. I know Kremlin was also trying this. Yeah, I don't know how that went in the end, but it does give perspective to see these less experienced players try this out. If a super motivated non-Trackmania player plays this 12 hours a day for 4 years, can he finish DD2? I mean, we're talking about like pretty absurd hours there, so I guess it's possible. But the problem is, the main issue that you will run into is that when you get to a technique, like the ice spin, or when you get to a technique like just plastic bounces, how water works, any surface will be a new surface for you, and you don't get to learn some things until you're like, you know, a pretty good run in, right? Like, you know, for example, I mean, I suppose the ice stuff is like the best example. Like, this kind of an ice slide even, this is the first time that you would be learning this. So the problem is that every player, like, you know, we talk about Simo being inexperienced on ice. That doesn't mean that Simo has literally never played ice before. That just means that when Elcon is an ice god, Simo is not going to be on the same level, right? So, like, these guys are not, like, completely new to anything on this map at all. So the problem that you'll run into is that you will be, as a new player, if you go straight into Deep Dive 2 and you play nothing else, you have to learn every basic thing, every input, every surface, every trick individually on this map. And the problem is that you get so little repetition on a trick like this ice slide, is that you will fail it like 100 times before you even have a chance to go through. So that is the problem. So like if you play this literally for like 15,000 hours, I guess it's possible, yeah, that you go from like a brand new player to finishing Deep Dive 2 without playing a single other map. 17,000 hours experience. But the thing is that it's still gonna be such an absurd challenge because you have to learn every surface and trick on a map where it's this map is designed so that you get the least amount of practice everywhere. So it's like, is it possible? It's probably, but like, it is not really realistic. Like, you know, we've seen some people on like Trackmania Reddit say like, I'm gonna start this map, and I have never played Trackmania before, and I know it might take me months to finish this map, but yeah, and then you can just stop reading there, right? Because they don't understand. They have like a very skewed look into what this actually is. it looks so much easier. If a new player tried Solexium for 12 hours a day for 4 years, would they finish? Maybe. Solexium would be easier, right on. In Trackmania. The checkpoint version. The checkpoint version, you can, yeah, definitely. If you're like a completely new player, you can definitely finish the checkpoint version eventually. It's not gonna be a great time because, again, the map is not designed as a tutorial map. But you will be able to retry every trick so much more efficiently because you don't need to start from the very bottom, right? So yeah, if you want to try this map and you want to actually like make it like a worthwhile challenge, try the checkpoint version instead when it comes out after the event is over. Yo, Valtas. Yeah, Bob Parker 23, we don't need to care about. I am very sure that this run is not legitimately done. And the run will be removed from the leaderboard. Eventually. Don't worry about it. Just, like, in general, if a player that you have never heard of in this challenge, who has never been on the leaderboard, who we've never seen in Trackmania. I mean, of course, if you're new to Trackmania, you wouldn't know necessarily, but if they just appear at the top of the leaderboard, no clips, no streams, not on the server, nobody's never heard of them, it's not gonna be a legit run. Just a safe bet. It's real. This server is not open for everyone. This is the streamer server, which essentially means that most people here are, you know, sort of well-known figures in the Trackmania community. People who have either streamed for a long time or are very high-level players. So it used to work through a whitelist system, but now the whitelist is closed because there's already many players that are on the whitelist, so to sort of reduce the server load and such, the whitelist is no longer open. But there's also the public servers, multiple ones, and there's also the possibility of playing in solo. So you don't need to play on any server, you just need to stream your final full run to be eligible for the prizes. You can do that in solo as well. Villa is such a noob, doesn't even know about Bob Parker. Fair, yeah. Could be that this is just some absolute prodigy. Go for it, Mileski. Wish you the best of luck. Do you want to try Deep Dip 1 on stream? I actually did play the events when it happened. I kind of forgot how far I got. But I never went for like a full finished run on that map. Maybe I could at some point try it out. It is easier than this one. It would probably take like a couple weeks for me. Has Hazard been getting past the ice floor more? Haven't seen many of his runs recently. So today we just saw two ice spins that both were kind of shaky, but they made it through. They clipped the landing a little bit, but they were both through. So Hazard actually got the first run today, up to floor 11, and cleared a lot of it. Let's see, Tally, get to floor 7 here. So made it all the way. Here's where floor 11 starts. Hazard landed here, made it all the way through these parts, made it through here, made it through here. A lot of this, pretty much everything on first try as well. Then into the loop, and then into the water, and then made it here. So this is the jump that Hazard failed by going a little bit too fast, jumping over this and all the way down. But really good progress for Hazard. Basically, basically in the same section, apart from, you know, failing this landing, as Virtual is right now. So Hazard, 4th place technically because of this landing, but very close to 3rd place right now. Tommy getting another PB attempt maybe. Getting this tricky backwards transition here. Looks like good speed. Will bounce and land. Getting up to this point is already so ridiculously difficult. Sammy is a very good player. Maybe not really someone who has this kind of RPG skill set, but Sammy has won an official Nadio campaign, for example. So a very good player. The Bob Parker record on the leaderboard is not a legitimate run. Ooh, Tally falling down, unfortunately. Let's see Sammy now. Landing, now the dirt works out. That is a new personal best in terms of height. Yo, Thone, thank you for the 6 months. Woo. Can you win anything when you become 3rd? Do you mean? Yeah, 20% of the prize pool goes to 3rd finisher. 30% to 2nd place and 50% to 1st place. Floor 5 probably on Deep Dip 1, Vero. Go like this. Just joined the stream now. Did somebody reach floor 12 today? Yes, Bren did manage to reach floor 12. And made it to the very first parts there. If you want to check the VOD from Bren, it is right there. That includes the beginning of the Walter Court run, landing that half loop there first, and then clearing the rest of floor 11 to get to floor 12. No problem, Tone. Newbie here, can you explain water bouncing, how to avoid that? Can you even? Water is weird and pretty unpredictable. Generally, so there's different kinds of like bounces from water. Usually like the cleanest way to land into water is to not land flat, but land with front wheels first. That usually results in the most consistent landing that doesn't give you any weird bounces. But the moment you're doing these kinds of like sideways landings and upside down landings, the car will just kind of, you know, do what it wants to do. And generally it's fine. I think on this map, generally it's been fine unless you've been very close to the edge of the pool somehow. The one thing about water is that whenever the car is in contact with water, you will be able to flip the car back like right way up. Which is a very weird mechanic, but that's how it works for some reason. The nose first thing basically just prevents you from like sort of bouncing like into the air from the water. Like this is usually like a problem in like other types of maps where you have like some water pool landing with high speed, And it's possible that when you land into the water, it kind of bounces right up into the air and you lose a lot of speed. So yeah, usually that's fixed by landing with front wheels first. Let's see then, Sammy. Polly knows what to do in these last few jumps on the floor. Close to the duck jump. Getting the speed. Gets the first. Then the second. You don't need to be max speed here. You can't even really full speed this or anything. But... Hallie, getting around together as well. Sammy. Still waiting. Massa also on the server. I could see maybe some floor 7 attempts right into the tree, but it works. Now for the big one. This one is tricky. So essentially, need to go through this beam, jump up, and then jump from the side of this into the pool. And when we see the, you know, players who have done this before do this one, it looks so confident. Sammy, oh, goes for it. It looks very good. Gets it as well. To the ducks we go. Very nice. Very nice one shot. Still not quite on floor 7 though. There is still this. And this might look easy, but then you have to consider that this is with wet wheels. You can't just drive it super simply. You need to account for the very, very slippery wheels that you have here. Wet wheels you cannot dry on plastic, so that's what you need to do. Very difficult. But this is a strong personal best. For Sammy. Hila, by the way, thank you so much for doing these streams. You're killing it with the commentary and game knowledge. Thank you, Bear. Good to see you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mo, for the gift sub. To Bear as well. Hello, Inman. Yippee. You got this, Sammy. Let's do it. Need to be very careful. The car behaves pretty weirdly on this slippery surface. Going in. The line. Oh, it's very good. Floor 7. Sammy does it. Very strong. That was clean. Clean one shot. We don't even get a yippee. Come on. One yippee. Typing in the chat, I suppose. Might get one afterwards. Saving voice. Not streaming this time, but there it is. There we go. Alright. Now for floor 7. It's a very difficult floor as well. Techies floor. The Sponge is the name. Not so easy, but people have figured it out. Sammy can check out some strats, check out some lines. We are currently over here. This has been the furthest point that anyone has been to. So Sammy, Can't really find a line to the car. Oh, there it is, yeah. Actually, there is a line. There's the car from Zami, and this is where the current Waldegard holder is. It is kind of insane how we've made it this far into the map when all these floors 6 and 7 and 8 are so difficult. But indeed, Bren has made it to floor 12 earlier today. Managed to clear the last parts of floor 11. And now we're trying to figure out the first few sections of floor 12. Whiskey's floor. Very good mapper. Very well-known mapper. Oh, Tommy gets the landing. First jump on the floor done. Then the backward speed slides. Can increase your speed with the small wiggles. Going backwards here. Haven't seen Elcon yet on the server. Pretty heavy speed check, this one. Especially if you're new to doing these backwards wiggles, but I think Sami kinda knows how the technique works. Essentially, at 70 speed when you drive backwards, you can start doing a small overlap between the front and back wheels. And you can increase your speed by quite a bit. Generally, like, acceleration when driving backwards is extremely limited, so speed slides are usually your only way to actually accelerate. That makes them extremely, extremely strong. Good SD. Landing clean. That was good. Oh, makes the next landings too, no problem. Seems just fine. Hello, Stephanie. Good to have you here. Tricky parts here. Through the turbo, up the ice into the water, and then we have the two holes in the water. First this one that you need to go around, and then this one that you need to go through. The water starts kind of abruptly here. It's sort of invisible because you're not supposed to go through it below. Then you try to land here. Luckily, there's a lot of clips you can check to figure this out. It is a big personal best for Sami, for sure. Already clearing many new parts. First run to floor 7. Let's see how the ice works. This is recoverable if you miss the line. A bit scary sometimes. I think the personal best will only update... well, no, actually. No, this is the updated personal best. But, you know, these floors kind of go up and down, so... It's a bit hard to... a bit hard to say, you know, based on the height, if it's personal best or not. This will be a PB height as well, this next jump, though. Next, the turbo. The line is pretty good, but I think a little bit too far to the left, and unfortunately, missing everything below as well. Not able to recover this. But it was a big run. So far, we have yet to see a run that eventually doesn't fall. Every single run that we've seen on this map so far, for the past 13 days, has fallen down. So this one will as well. Big map. The crown all the way over here. That's gonna be the goal. Long way to go. Just disregard the Bob Parker run. Well, true, okay, so some runs have ended in like a disconnect as well. Some of Scrappy's runs as well. So, you know, I suppose not every run has fallen down, but most runs. Thank you, Stephanie, for the gift sub. Very much appreciated. Very generous. Who is Bob Parker? We don't know, but I'm gonna guess no one important. I do think the final jump can be failed, yes. I'm glad you're enjoying, Stephanie. Good to have you here. Okay, sure. I don't mean that Bob Parker 23 is like unimportant as a human being, but unimportant in terms of the Deep Dip 2 competition. I don't really... the Brickpop thing is like a song or something? I'm a bit out of the loop myself, actually. Brickpop.com? Interesting. Not sure what started that. Now, it of course could be true that, you know, even though Bob Parker here, starting the Trackmania career with potentially bugged run or potentially cheated run, we don't really know. Like, bugs can happen as well. It's not necessarily like intentional illegitimate run, but it's definitely not legitimate, right? But it could be that maybe in 2 years we will see Bob Parker in Deep Dip 4 winning the whole thing completely legitimately, you know? It's always possible, of course, but we'll have to wait for 2026. Good recovery from Tally. Previously, Tally actually did go and jump down into the previous part. I don't know if Tally knows that you can actually drift through the red turbo too. It is a bit scary, to be fair. Yeah, I think Tally is, yeah, jumping down again. So it's possible, but if you fail it, it's gonna be rough. Wrote Bob Parker in your script for Deep Dip 4? Oh, there we go. Officially included. Oh, there's the Formula E race right now, is there? That could make sense. Granadi actually maybe joining that one. And maybe then coming back here. I'm not really sure if there's many others that have been playing both. Oh, Telly failing the no slide line. What's the recovery? Like, it could work. Maybe going for the boost strategy here. Bouncing and getting the speed. Yeah, works. Karlberg has been doing this strategy as well. So there's so many ways to do this. Like 4 different ways to do this uphill. So yeah, if you're out of the loop, there is a Formula E collaboration Trackmania. So they remade some of the official tracks in Trackmania, which to be fair, they look very cool. Like if we take a quick look at the map that was released. Not here, but here. Is it truly today though, or is it like an actual Formula E race, or is it the Trackmania Formula E race? If it's not a Trackmania thing, then I don't know. So, you know, they remade these tracks, which is very impressive. Like, it's... Honestly, it's very difficult to do this stuff. Lorenzius is the guy who can do all these things. It's very, very incredible. Very impressive. So this is like a remake of like a real-life track. And there's, you know, so much optimization. You have these moving custom things. It's like just very cool. So there are probably some players like Grenady has been playing those as well, so might be jumping back in later. There are prizes, yeah. Pretty good prizes as well. I think it's like a 1,000 euros for winning a race, and there's, I think, I can't recall how many races total. Yeah, they kind of time these Trackmania races together with the real life Formula E races. It's one of the things going on in Trackmania right now. Then there's also official tournament circuit going on, which this year is community tournament based, but there's also a Ubisoft tournament every month. I have no idea when those are, honestly. I haven't kept track at all. But there are some runs, some tournaments that you can participate in. There's usually like, the Trackmania calendar is always pretty full. There's generally like every week some tournament or some competition, some event, some new big map like Deep Deep 2 releasing. It's very common. It's a very active game. No, I'm kind of the same, Yumi. Like, I also kind of like the arcade side of Trackmania much more than like the racing side of it in a way. I mean, you know, obviously I enjoy the racing part, the gameplay part, but not for the reason that it's like realistic, but for the reason that you can do all these wicked stunts. Mapping side is also great. It's a bug or cheated, exactly. Lars was on the server just now, by the way, but just left. Maybe getting the run session started. Khaki season starting soon as well, though it's not in this game. Is there a way to view his run? The Bob Parker run? No, because it didn't happen. It's likely just a number on the leaderboard. It's not a run. Very far to the side here. Oh, gonna miss just barely. Long way down tally. Good progress towards floor 7, and Lars is now on the server again. So we might get some more runs going. Aren't we all just a number on the leaderboard? Deep. Well, Lars kind of joining and leaving the server right now. I'm wondering if it's some issue with connection or something else? To the ducks. Good jump. Very clean. Yeah, like the run will be removed anyway, so it doesn't really matter what it is. Okay, now Lars is on the server and playing. Lars, one of our newer floor 11 players. The 4th player to reach floor 11. Got to the first few jumps there. Hazard got the 5th run. As in, was the 5th player to get to floor 11. And one-shot a lot of things there. So Lars still a bit behind Hazard. Hazard, one landing behind Virtual, and then Elcon is a couple sections ahead of Virtual, and then Bren, the only player so far to reach floor 12. But it's about time. It's been a couple days now that we've been on floor 11 as like a community, and now the entire top 5 has reached floor 11. Scrappy and Simo currently on floor 10, so they might have a chance there as well. Ali can save this one. Nicely done. Hope Elcon will play today, though I don't blame the players for taking days off either, if they feel like it. Try to make a horn work, okay. Maybe we'll hear it. What do you think about ranked? Like, do even good players play that? Some, yeah. This looks like a good line. Nicely done. Bren has reduced the playtime a little bit, yeah. From what I know. A little bit close, but the speed is enough. Timo is burnt out and will not play tomorrow. Is that what he said? Okay. Hopefully Simo will regain some energy. Has put in so much time. Very clean line from Tali. Not going for this slide setup. Very fast. I could pin a message about the Bob thing, I suppose. Red still here? Or Uhun? Heli, I think, needs to get the beam landing. Hopefully this lands. It lands. Needs to get the beam landing on floor 8 to get a new personal best. So this is pretty close. Luckily you can recover from that plastic platform. Can drop down. Sometimes it's a bit, you know, not so great when you land upside down, but works this time. No, it's fine not. They'll probably remove the record in, like, not too long. Mudgy, one of the mappers playing, Lars and Wally here as well. Alright. Trackmania conversations. Hopefully my stream doesn't get muted. Are they going in now? What do you mean L controlling? Why would you think that the water card is L controlling? The Bob Parker run is simply someone who either had a bug or cheated the height. It's not a run that actually happened. Can we just not make things up randomly? Like, if you don't know what happened, don't just make up that some random person did it. Who is playing on another account as well. Tally, time saves it. Bren sleeping and playing, very efficient. Tally, up to floor 8. No, it's not a run that happened, guys. No one did any run. That's new. That's new. I don't even... This can happen? I don't even know what... Something with the lamp. I guess the only hope here is that when the car goes down, the turtle somehow stays alive. It's kind of swinging. The thing is that Telly, I think, needs to go, like, all the way back and then turn around, even if this works. I think it's still moving. It's the chances that it somehow stays alive are pretty slim, though. No, yeah, it's... I mean, maybe. There's a very small chance. No. Like, a little bit of sideways movement, but unfortunately. Not enough to get the wheels touch. Well, I suppose you can't go too close to the light there. Very, very unfortunate happening so close to a personal best as well. Lars on the server as well. getting some runs going. Kelly's run is over, unfortunately. T-Flush can get some good runs going today. Starting the session. Top 5 player right now. The wood surface wasn't used on this map because the map was finished long before, or the route was finished long before the new wood surface was added. Was second to reach floor 12? No one. Bren is the only one. Yeah, disregard the Bob Parker run. It is not a real run. Okay, I'm gonna pin that. It's just so weird. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll check if I can somehow pin this from where I am right now. I can't. I need to open this on browser because I'm using my chat here. Give me just 1 second. I will just throw this in so that we are clear that it's not a real one. Okay. Okay. That should work. Alright. Okay, now it's there. Bren has Voltigord. I heard that Bob Parker has 66 World Championships. Okay, Lars to floor 4 then. Let's see. Might be a little bit of warm-up initially, but hopefully getting those floor 11 attempts going. Yeah, I also heard that Bob Parker is the only player to clear floor 66. '92 Brick Bob Parker. It'll happen, go ahead, Sam. Can probably check on the Deep Discord if there's some discourse over there. Yeah, it could be that the people who handle that are just not present. Happened a couple times before. We've had some some leaderboard runs there that, you know, haven't ended up being legitimate. Lars, good progress so far though. Getting this session started with the lore 5 here. 1220 meters personal best. How do you know it's fake? Well, we already have people look at the run data, and it's not something that makes any sense. There's like 2 height points only on that run, so that already should, you know, tell you that it's not a run that was actually driven. Alright, stop pinging random bobs now, okay? Thank you for the gifts up to Bob Parker 23. Appreciate it. Alright, let's look at some real players now. Lars getting a run. Already to floor 5. Very consistent on these earlier floors. I do wonder, we do now have a practice floor for this one as well, officially released. I did see Lars's run there on the leaderboard as well, so I do wonder if Lars has grinded the practice floor a little bit. It could still be useful, you know, like, at some point it's not gonna be super needed, because players have enough attempts on these full runs onto these floors, but I feel like at this point, maybe it could still benefit some players to try to play this as a practice floor, like a separate segment for a little bit. Do not know where Elcon is. Here we go. The new setup working very consistently. Are practice floors released on a schedule, or is it dependent on how far the top players get? It's basically like just, there's no system for it. They just feel, the mappers feel like, okay, now it's time to release the next one. So they will kind of, you know, probably decide it every day, like, okay, should we release the next one? Yes, no. So they sort of look at the progress, I suppose, of the top players and then think about what to do. I don't think editor practice is allowed for the practice, like segmented maps either. But yeah, I don't think it's, no, I don't think you can do that on the practice maps either, but I could be wrong. If I was playing, you know, I would just play it safe and not do any editor gameplay at all, even on the officially released practice segments. No, so what I'm saying is that they have the practice floors, right? Of course you cannot go into the editor on the full map. I don't know if there's like official word about the practice floors and how to practice, how you're allowed to play those. But I would imagine the rule is the same for the officially released separate practice floors. You have to play them normally and from the beginning to the end. probably not allowed. If they're password protected, yeah, then not allowed. Here we go. Duck jump. Clean run so far. From Lars. Pinned comment will answer the Voltigord questions. Still belongs to Bren, but it has been improved. Floor 12 has been reached legitimately as well. Bren making it work. Do people on mobile see the pinned comment? Oh, I don't know. Congrats for floor 7. I mean, was a great run. Yippee. Lars, will the car flip the right way? Oh, it won't, but still surviving. Lars did turn to the right there, but the car still flips to the left. The game is evil. Landing is good. Yeah, the water jump is scary. We see people do, like, a little bit different strats there now that they're trying to get consistent on it. But it does seem like, even if you don't smash into the, like, plastic above, if with the, like, release, it seems like it's still very scary to do. Water is just unpredictable. This one has probably been the one part where Lars has kind of struggled finding the good strat. We'll still go for the ice light line, but this has been like, kind of like starting 5 different attempts and just trying to get this going. It seems very, very shaky for Lars. Elcon on the server. Starting the session. Yeah, okay. Well, that was scary. That was a very high-speed ice slide, but okay. I mean, as long as you don't bounce around, it's fine. Well, so there's 2 strats that you can do there. One is that you do the ice slide, and generally players do the ice slide strategy pretty slow. Because you can bounce off the plastic at the wrong point, and then if you are too fast, then you can't really react to it, and then you're gone. The thing about it is that the other strat, where you take initial speed, and then you just turn the car sideways, and then you just don't press anything, that is also risky, because even if you're like doing that, you might still hit the side, and you might still you know, you might still hit something, and, you know, I don't know if any of those two strategies is actually the better one. I feel like we see both being used, and even, like, some players seem to switch it, like, every day. Which one would I consider safer? I don't know. It's hard to say, you know, I haven't tried it myself. Like, when the high speed into, like, dead center line, when it works, it looks so clean. And it's so, like, controlled. But if you don't go dead center on the ice, if you go on the sides and you bounce around, then it's just as risky as the isolate line. The isolate line might be easier to recover from if you accidentally get the wrong line, because it's a slower setup. But, yeah, pick your poison. We did go through floor 12, the Bren run, in the very beginning of the stream. Lars's personal best is now on floor 11. It is a couple sections in. I think 2 sections... Well, technically 3. It's kind of hard to quantify the sections there, but... I will say like 20% through floor 11. And there we go. And Lars, very fast on turtle, speedrunning, kind of like Hazard has been doing. And yeah, Elkhorn climbing as well, our current top 2 player. Lars now, speed, good landing. Floor 8 seems to be going very nicely for most players right now. Some players still struggling with the turtle parts, but I think Lars has got it down. Very solid. Ask for our blessings here. And then we go. Good line. Lars to the 3rd turtle. Carefully, needs to start it here. Has sometimes gone a bit too close to the wall, and that can end the movement of the car. And if the movement ends, this sideways movement, then the wheels are no longer touching the ground and you cannot drive anymore. The timing on the first narrow part. Second works. And the flip. Very good. Very fast. Here we go. Turning to the left side. The line looks good. Landing pretty center, but I think it's enough height. Yeah, works just fine. Well done. Another floor 9 attempt. Good start to the session from Lars, for sure. Mara also PB'd today, oh yeah? Do you know which point? I know that Mada did get to floor 8. A bit further as well. 880 second turtle. Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Getting further and further. Mada now also a wheel player and was actually doing the turtles with the wheel as well, unlike Granadi. But Lars now, turbo landing, very good line, perfect. Left. Round on the plastic. Probably will still be very careful with this line. Lars' personal best is on floor 11. Not yet very close. Potato. Missing the casting green timer. Yeah, it's been reset a couple times. Anyway. Maybe better with less clutter here. Lars? Now at the 1000 meters. And then the tricky one. Onto the pole. Good line. The jump up. Very good. Then we go through the hardest parts of floor 9. I don't know how much the pinned comment really helps, because it doesn't seem like people are reading it. Oh well. Lars will go for the low jump, has had some trouble with it. All good, Patrick. A little short on the jump. Will Lars commit? 229 speed. It should be enough, and it will be. Nicely done. I really don't want to put, like, a potential cheater as, like, the main component on my stream itself. That feels very... like a very bad idea. We'll just focus on the players who are actually putting in the work, yeah? Like Lars over here. Jumping to the right. Oh, barely landing. 2 wheels off the pole. Is this savable? Might somehow be, but it's gonna be very tricky because of the shape. Oh, Lars doesn't want to deal with it. Just goes back. To be fair, you would probably risk quite a bit trying to save that. You might land upside down if you fail it, so... I think Lars makes a pretty rational decision there. So close, but so far. Now we go through. There is a comment in the stream title that gets you the Bren... what? For the world record run. Landing. Speed is enough, again, 229. It works, and here we go. There we are. Another try then. Was a good line last time, just a little bit unlucky on the landing, and this time it's better. Works just fine. And we go in. Just, you know, we can safely ignore the Bob Barker thing. Not much to look into there. Rather not give too much attention to someone who is potentially a cheater. No problem, science. Here we go then. Lars back on floor 10. No problem doing the couple last jumps there. Has been actually doing really nicely. Icy wheels, the dirt zoop, line is good. Lars, no problem here. I believe it's probably going to be a ice spin that matters here the most. Going through. Landing in the water. Crashing the barrier for a safe slowdown. Then right into the uphill. Going in. Now onto the plastic. Let's see how the last two pipe jumps go. Yes, Lars has made it not only through the spin, but also through the entire floor. So Lars has been to floor 11 already. Could be another attempt there. First landing works just fine, and then into the pool. Lining up, jumping in. Oh, and it's a little bit off. Is there any possible recovery? There will be. Landing onto the dirt below, and this is possible to recover from. Elcon did so by going on the plastic, and that seems to be Lars's solution as well. Just needs to be very careful, because with icy wheels on the plastic, it becomes very slippery. Well done. Hazard has done a similar save without going all the way back here. It seems like you can also just turn around on the ice. But this seems like a safer option. You don't need to do lines that you haven't done before. Apart from the recovery, I suppose. Here we go then. Here we go up the hill as well, and it works just fine. Just needs to get these pipe jumps. Was very close already. I think Lars has done this plenty of times, has the RPG skill set. Has played many similar maps before. So the jumps are not new, and Lars makes it work. Now for the spin, and Lars has been doing this with a possible recovery way in mind. So if Lars doesn't like the setup, has been recovering this from the downhill, but this time just goes in. This should be just enough speed, and Lars will make it. Goes up the hill, and has a chance here to get another attempt on the half pipes. Makes it through the plastic jump. Now for the uphill. Lars has struggled a little bit with this, but had a couple mistakes, and I think learned a lot from those. Now taking a lot of speed. Full steering this time. I think the problem that we saw from Lars once was that Lars wasn't full steering, was doing like 80% steer, and the car just fell off the plastic there. But this time full steering gives you the slide there, gives a bit more grip. Lars safely on the dirt. Now the plastic landing. Turns sideways. Gets it. Just the half pipes remain, and we could have another floor 11 attempt here. Setting up on the right side, going a little bit to the left to give space for this right side turn. Will stay on the ice. Now just needs to find the line onto the plastic. Lands up a little bit sideways, but the small wiggles here should give enough speed. Lars will bounce a little bit too far almost, but it still lands onto the plastic. And will get floor 11. Once more. Missing pieces by Sidelord. Has been here before, from what I know. Has made it at least these next two jump combinations in. So, has made it all the way through these jumps, into this ring. That seems to be Lars's personal best. Hasn't made this jump up here, as far as I know. That is the information that I haven't seen the run myself, but that's what I heard earlier. So it could be a PB attempt as well. %60 up the tower right now. Pretty intimidating when you think that there's still 40% left, but at this point, as a player, you just got to focus on what's ahead of you right now. They are these jumps here. Gets the first two landings very nicely. Will not chain this jump. No unnecessary risks. Getting the speed now. Jumping in. And the second landing will work as well. As far as I know, this is Lars's last section reached. We'll turn around here. The drift against the lanes seems what people are doing. And now the quarter pipe jump. If this lands, I believe it's a personal best run. Based on the height, it should be. Because you will get like 1250 on the next section. Next jump indeed, Lars confirms that is the personal best jump. Tried this before. Apparently didn't go so well. So now we try again. Kinda how Deep Dip 2 goes. You try things, they don't work, then you try them again until they work, and Lars, not happy with that line, we'll redo it. Paul is setting up next to the light again. The landing looks good. Lars going up so close to landing it, but clips the light there. Now, this will probably fall off, and it might fall to floor 10 pool. Hopefully, it's gonna fall off. The car is moving forward. There's a little bit of like an edge here. I hope this small gap here doesn't affect the car too much. So close to landing that jump, but just a little bit too far left. The back wheel clips the light. Sort of moving along the ledge, not really like over the ledge. Kind of feels like it's moving a little bit away from it right now. Lars might just wait this one out, see what happens to the car. It's still on a little bit of a slope. It could be that, you know, gonna move somewhere with the default movement that the car often has, but right now, if we look at this, it's kind of moving away from the gap. Not really sure. Not really sure. It's only the beginning of the session for Lars. So, it's a very solid warm-up run. Do you know if input can affect default movement in any way? Generally, it would require the wheels to touch the ground for you to be able to do anything. Here's one guy on the server. Current top 2. Hugo's personal best is on floor 8. In the very beginning. With some ways to go and falling down now as well. Actually, immediate restart for Hugo. Or, well, leaving the server. Rough run. Perhaps. Not sure how much Hugo has streamed, but has a stream, I do believe. Haven't really followed. But yeah, a lot of these players are currently streaming if you want to check on the POV as well. But it was pretty decent at Trackmania until I gave TFT2 a try. Looks so much easier, yeah? My personal best is pretty good. Even if I do say so myself, it's on the start line of the map. "34 meters. It's not so bad. Virtual at the end of floor 11. Okay, okay. We'll check with virtual if the run gets to a PV chance. Gets to the plastic halfpipe. Hi Voltus. My bad. Let me click one thing. Fix my second monitor. I don't have a PB. I haven't played the map at all. My personal best is on the start line of the map. There's going to be a checkpoint version of this map once the competition concludes. And it's going to be much more approachable for casual players. I'm gonna try the map after the... what?
Let's go.
After the competition. What is this? Some kind of a plastic bounce, like back wheel onto this plastic exactly. Pretty great. Alright. Elcon has been increasing the consistency on these first few floors so much. Seems like these sessions are now going much better for Elcon as well. Of course I'm tempted to play the map. But I'll try it. I'll try it when the competition is done. Elcon getting those runs going. Alright, what is the virtual save? We can take a quick look. Can also check out virtual maybe in a moment. Turning around half pipes. Around here. Looks like a good line. The bounce has been pretty weird for some. Okay, that is fortunate. The fact that it lands sideways, that is just very fortunate. Because if it's anything but sideways, it's definitely going through that hole again. Oof. Very solid from Virtual. Can we watch Virtual? So Virtual is streaming. If you want to check in on that, we will tune in to Virtual stream because Virtual is not on the server. I can't just spectate Virtual, like I can click all these names and I can see what they're doing. I can't do that for Virtual because Virtual is playing in solo for FPS reasons. So I'm only switching to Virtual stream if we have some, you know, run that we should document coming in. Missed the PB jump. Okay. Gotcha. Virtual has been very consistent though. Has definitely picked up consistency in these these last few days as well. Kinda like Elcon. Kinda like Lars as well. I feel like everyone has been getting these earlier floors so much better these last few days. Kind of feels like there's some like improvement in especially like the floor 6 and 7 range. What will you do when the players will be very close to finishing? I've been thinking about it and like, yeah, maybe I've been thinking about it, and maybe it will be like a 24-hour session for me or something. We'll have to see when it happens. How was that a caster curse? What did I even say? How would I possibly do any kind of a curse that results in that happening? There are limits to my powers as well, you know? Well, floor 7 awaits. Lars on the grind still as well, getting those early floors down. Yeah, so you can bounce on the sides of water blocks. So the pool blocks on water, these blocks, these are actually plastic. So that means that you can wall hug these and you can not lose any speed, but it also means that you can sometimes land in the weirdest ways and you can fly, right? It's something that happens. Hallie's personal best on the beam jump on floor 8 in the beginning, as far as I know. Simo apparently taking some days off from the grind. Bren is the only one to reach floor 12 so far. Now we have 2 people or 3 people, well, 2 people on the server and then Virtual as well, grinding right now, who could potentially do it. Elcon, the most likely one to get it, but Virtual has been doing really well too, and Lars has also made it to floor 11. Hazard got the first run to floor 11 earlier today as well. The pinned comment truly isn't doing anything, is it? Right? It's just entirely useless. Well, we tried. We use it to tell people to look at it. I suppose it's faster to say to look at the pinned comment than to explain the whole thing. No, yeah, sure. There will be people who did see it and didn't ask the question, but you know, still. If the goal is to not have to explain it every single second, then that kind of failed. Well, it's all good. Not that big of a deal. Here we go. Lore 7 for Elcon. First run of the day, basically. See how far it goes. Entire stream to widescreen with Bob Parker is cheated run. The thing is that, you know, I generally though, like, whether it's like a cheated run or a bug or something, I try not to give too much attention to those, right? I try to minimize the attention we give to illegitimate runs and try to maximize the attention we give to legitimate runs. So it kind of defeats the purpose. Oh, Turtle is alive. Hold on, Elcon. Against the pole, maybe? Trying to find a good spot. Oh, no, Elcon. Can't keep it going. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Was very close to a really good save, actually. Ending the movement there a little bit. Tally, not too far from a personal best. And yeah, by the way, I do understand that some people just don't notice it, so don't worry, not a big deal. It's just, you know, a lot of people are wondering what the run is. Which is understandable as well. Especially if you're not in the Trackmania scene, completely understandable that you would be surprised when there's like a completely new name that you haven't seen so far at the top, and we haven't seen the name either. The people who have been to the scene for years. Okay, Telly, maybe landing this, we'll be able to recover back to floor 6. I suppose, like, you know, now that we have the attention on Bob Parker, at least it's less questions about whether the floor 16 took 6 to 6 hours to validate. That is the bright side. Maybe it's good that there's something new every day. Hello, Jan. Probably back to floor 7. Oh, not yet actually. Still doing the jumps here. Hazard, by the way, back on the server as well. We have a lot of great players now grinding. Was looking a little bit quiet earlier, but well, seems like we've hit the prime time now. Lars, Elcon, Hazard, all trying to get those runs in. All floor 11 players now. Oh, Telly, a bit shaky, but works. I think Tally has a pretty good feel for all these floor 7 things at this point. It's just the floor 8 beginning that has been a little bit unfortunate so far. Oh, that's a little bit suboptimal, but it works. No problem. Seems to be fine. Into the pool, and now another try at this. This one's still, like, even for the top players, this is still difficult. Difficult to do. Line still a little bit too close to the wall. And this time it looks like it's gonna turtle. Maybe it's possible to land this back into the quarter pipe. But yeah, this one is very tricky. Very tricky for pretty much everyone still. Techie would be allowed, like in general the mappers are allowed to clear their own floors as long as they've been cleared before. So as long as they're playing them, you know, here and they are not revealing any strategies that have not yet been revealed, it's all good. They can play. Oh, Lars, not the greatest line. Well, luckily floor 3 pretty much below these tricky floor 4 parts. I'm gonna have to wait and see how these runs start shaping up. I think Lars might be in a bit of trouble here after all. This looks very unfortunate. I don't know if you can even drive here because the turbo is constantly pushing you. Might just be a reset, honestly. Don't think there's much you can do. Hello DCB. There is indeed a new water card by Bren. Bren has reached not only the last parts of floor 11, but also the first part of floor 12. Elcon with some new strats here. It's not Leon. There's a link to the playlist with exclamation point song. Some copyright breed synthwave stuff. Hazard's personal best is from today, actually, from a little bit earlier, like 3 hours ago. Was able to get to floor 11 for the first time, and got pretty far there as well. So about maybe 1/3 through floor 11 right now. It's the comment in the title, is a B. Alcon getting that run going was pretty good. On the floor 7, 8, 9 and 10 yesterday. We'll see how this new session looks like. Hazard was playing since Monday, but yeah, I mean, to be fair, Hazard before the LAN tournament that he and Skandir played at for the weekend was already on floor 10, right? So Hazard's personal best before the break, like a 3-day break, was already floor 10 on ice spin, right? So has now made it through. So it wasn't like too far behind even before the break, so now just catching up a little bit to the top guys. Definitely can get the top 3 run today, I think. Top 2 even. Oh, I understood that Lars had only been to floor 11 once, but okay. We do know Lars' personal best, which actually Lars just had an attempt on, but didn't quite manage to land it. Falcon speedrunning, I mean, kinda. Just kinda doing the typical strats. I feel like all of these floor 11 guys are doing these early floors like this. Falcon has a couple of strats to you know, speed things up a little bit later, but I think Bren just as comfortable with these early floors, kinda just running through them.
Let's go.
Let's go. Short chats between the players here on floor 5. I will get some hydration as Elcon is climbing. Probably will continue to do so. Looking pretty good today. So, I'll be back in just a minute. As predicted, Elcon, well, of course, immediately as I join, fails the next jump. Oh, well. Okay, Well, this is recoverable. You can you can jump back in here. Fine. He's fine. He's fine. Go hydrate again. Look, he's fine, alright? It's all good. There's a well-known recovery path. It's not even that far. That was a bit of a caster curse, though. I do wonder what it is about that jump, if you're just getting like a little bit too slow of a line, or if there's like an actual landing bug that happens super often. It's looking like a pretty stacked server today. Elcon, Hazard, both getting some runs up now. Lars already had a floor 11 attempt not long ago. And Hazard took a little bit of a break here for a couple hours, maybe getting some food or something. But Hazard also had a floor 11 attempt in the beginning of this stream, a couple hours ago. I am from Finland. Here we go then. YouTube, nice. Welcome, welcome. I don't think virtual PB it in terms of progress on the map. From what I heard, failed the personal best jump. Please add wheel status plugin. The problem with that is that in spectating on the server, it doesn't work. It doesn't show wet wheels at all. So I feel like it would be more confusing than helpful. It works for the players, but in spectator, it doesn't work. Have a bunch of things to, you know, even the input plugin is a little bit different, you know, it can be a bit misleading. A little bit to the side of the ramp there. Is there any recovery here? Looks like floor 3 at best. Yeah, well, lands here. I mean, I can show. We checked this before. You can see the icy wheels. And we can see when Elcon goes into water. And you can see that it doesn't show wet wheels, right? Shows icy wheels, doesn't show wet wheels. So I feel like this is more confusing than anything else, no? Because most of the time you will be dealing with wet wheels. Only on spectator. That's what I think. So Hazard had the first attempt ever onto floor 11 today. Got there, managed to clear the half-pipes at the end of floor 10, and then cleared like 1/3 of floor 11 without any mistakes. So looks like after the ice stuff, Hazard back into his element. Excited to see what the second attempt brings. Very quick catch up, yeah. I do honestly think that the couple days off from this map for Hazard did help though. I feel like it's probably beneficial that you have a little bit of time off this map and you can focus on something else, like, you know, the Trackmania land that they were playing together with Skandir. So maybe it's like a nice refreshed mind now. Simo taking some days off now as well, has been grinding like crazy for the last 12 days. I would imagine that, you know, at some point we'll probably see, like, if this goes for like 1 or 2 more weeks, we will see like other players like Bren and Elcon also take some days off. Bot is struggling for some reason. Through the water jump. Seems to work fine. Line is good. This should land. We're getting a run going here. These next transitions also tricky, but then it gets a little bit easier. Landing works. There we go. Good lines. Good lines. I suppose, like, we've seen people struggle recently with this tunnel as well. I think some players might be overthinking it a little bit as well, like, not really trusting the line enough, but it's easy to say from the sidelines, of course. It is very tricky to do either setup here. Seems like Hazard will be going for the slide setup. So, setting up the car next to the wall here. By sliding. Seems a bit wonky. Well, the bounces work. Do you think you'll finish the map? Me? No. Maybe the checkpoint version. Very much on the edge this one, but it works. Yeah, Lars, I think yesterday even failed it twice or maybe even 3 times. So it's easy to start thinking like, okay, I'm gonna be as careful as possible, but then if you're too careful, that might not be good either. Either way, works for Hazard here. The jump to floor 8, perfect. Go back to Koopa Troopa. Doondy's floor, and according to Doondy, it is the best floor. You need to turn the car upside down here, so that you can flip the car back onto these quarter pipes. Timing, and the flip works. Virtual is not on the server, so we can't really spectate Virtual in the same sense as we can spectate these players. Onto the beam works fine. Spectating is very floaty today. This is a recoverable turtle. Would expect Hazard to get the timing right. Works fine. And the players are like floating a little bit in spectator. Oh well, it seems to work most of the time. Haven't seen. Really the only clips that I've generally seen are like new strats or world records or PBs. Mostly what I'm focusing on. Into the turtle. Into the gap. Perfect timing. And the flip. There it is. And the landing on the grass works as well. No problem so far on floor 8 at all. This one of the more forgiving floors, really. Not only because of the floor itself, and you know, these tricks not really giving too much trouble to these players at this point, but also because you can fall back into this floor for many places above. So floor 9 has a lot of recovery points on floor 8, so I feel like this is kind of a soft checkpoint. Granadi's record is on floor 9. Yes, we watched that run earlier. I think Granadi maybe didn't use the plugin while driving that. Perhaps. Timing, it's good. Over the second one. That's good as well. Everything works just fine. But the final jumps then, and we're back to floor 9. The landing is good, and the second one looks great. Here we go. Strawberry cheesecake. Gonna be a rioter's floor. A lot of this old school platforming, jumping. Pretty much just this road surface that Hazard definitely used to, and definitely used to this floor itself as well. Turbo landing, a little bit tricky, but gets it very nicely. And there we go. Yeah, I see it, Kubo. Oh well, we've seen the run anyway, so we know where Granady has been. It is at the end of the floor, on the second last quarter pipes. Oh, Hazard a little too fast, but recovers below at least. It is kind of rare that you get such a clean landing that you actually go all the way over the beam. You can get back to the beginning of the floor from here though. And then through these last two jumps, makes it clean. We go again. To the turbo. It's a little bit more to the right this time, which is usually the riskier way to do that, but climbs back up. And gets the setup. I believe Elcon might have just done the plastic quarter pipe. We can check quick. Oh, actually, no. Still on floor 6. Yeah, okay, I misread the the floor there, but still getting further closer into floor 7 now. Hazard here. Now for the quarter pipes. Well, one of them. Sort of where it begins. There's 3 difficult quarter pipes. Or 4. This first one probably the easiest one though. Just need to have the speed, respect the line, and you should get it. This jump works as well. Then for the second one, turbo landing here, just need to get enough of a turbo, get the speed boost well enough. This looks good, and Hazard will land it. Oof, bit of a fast line there, but works out. Still going for the high jump line here, and this might be right now the toughest quarter pipe line to do. Is the speed enough? It's not. Hazard will redo this line. Fortunately, it's not that hard to redo. Not a long way back. Then the second try needs to get a clean landing. This looks much better. We'll commit to it. The line is good. Hazard is through. Another run could be starting over here. Learning your least favorite Scandinavian language, Danish. Can you pronounce that for you? I don't know any Danish, okay? The thing is that Finnish comes from the east, while all these Scandinavian languages are not related at all to Finnish. They come from a different area. So I would guess that it's something like Ö. That would be the Finnish equivalent at least, but I have no idea. I don't know anything about Danish. Except that it is the home country for one of our best hopes for Deep D2 right now. Hazard going for the final quarter pipe line. Seems to be going on the pole, and it lands as well. So final ramps into floor 10 now. Good landing. And good landing. Virtual 1100 meters. Is that still floor 10? Probably gonna follow Hazard here. A bit tricky to switch between the server and you know, a stream, but of course virtual streaming so you can follow virtual from there. Virtual fell. Okay, well, all the more reason to look at this run over here. Hazard very close to the edge of the ice, but manages to save it. And we keep going into the ice, sliding around. Needs enough speed. Should be no problem here. We'll land into the pool. Up the snow, no hesitation, has been doing these tricks for long enough now. The ice spin for Hazard has been shaky. As in, it's gone through, but hasn't been hasn't been so, you know, not really the kind of attempts we see from Elcon, let's put it like that. But... oh, Hazard! Still on the pipe. Not quite finding the line there. This looks better. Is the speed good enough? It will land. Be able to get the line towards the pool now. Jumping in. It will land as well. We will have another attempt on the ice spin. The 360. Need to turn around fully in a circle to get enough speed. Hazard has made it past this point multiple times, but is it going to work this time? Is it enough speed? Just barely not, but it will land on the dirt below. We'll get another attempt. Just not quite building enough speed for it with the spin. And this is kind of the speed that it's been. Sometimes a little bit more, and it's barely landed. But still kind of missing like the exact spin technique that gives you a clean jump, it seems. Of course, like, you don't need to do like the perfect ice spin there. As long as it makes it through the jump, that's good enough. But of course, if you have the technique for a very, very good jump, it's gonna make your life a lot easier on this floor 10. It's not so unusual to land after failing the ice spin. There's like a couple places where you can land. This dirt probably the most common. But of course, you don't want to rely on that. You really would like to just get it through the spin. Timo was playing earlier today, but apparently now taking some time off. Hazard. Not happy with that line. We'll redo this. It will make it through. What about the pool? It will work again. Hazard gets a second chance here. So now, for the acceleration, gets the second gear, the spin, it's there, is the speed, looks a lot better. That was a clean landing from Hazard. Very nicely done. Maybe the technique is getting up there now. Maybe it's slowly but surely sort of building up. Very solid. Now just the last few parts here. First, the steep plastic with the wet icy wheels. Hazard seems to be making it. Through on the dirt. Then the plastic landing. Works. Almost too far, but it works. And then the half pipes. Starting a little bit on the right, then a little bit to the left. Looks like a good line. Will stay on the ice. What about the turnaround? It's a little bit far, maybe. Not quite on the center, but still sticks to the plastic. Is it enough speed? It will land upside down. How are the bounces? Hazard safely lands onto the plastic. The bounces are nice to us this time, and we will get another attempt on floor 11. Hazard's second attempt on this floor. Made it very far last time. All the way to the high quarter pipe jump. And look at this. Hazard doing these jumps for the second time and already looking as consistent, as courageous as everyone else. Seems to trust his intuition and the skill on these platforming jumps a lot. It works. Then for the quarter pipe landing, the line, it's going to be there, and the landing barely manages to do so. Lars also hit the left back wheel on this light before, and it turned Lars's car upside down. So that seems to be a risk you also need to care about there. But Hazard will manage to keep the car on the track and then going through, landing a little early, and that will clip, but there is a recovery here. Can drop down. Hazard probably hasn't seen this before, so we'll need to check it out, but you can land down here. It's a little bit of a scary jump. You need to be very sure that your line is correct, because for the player, it's going to look like this, right? So you need to know where you're jumping to before you commit to this. But if you get it right, you can redo the previous part. We'll drop down from here instead. Well done, it works out. A lot of players have lined it up with the path, but Hazard goes for the slow approach. Just knows that right below here, there's going to be a platform. And it doesn't matter how long the platform is, as long as I'm dropping directly down. Good thinking. And we go again. The landing works. The jump works as well. Very clean this time. Another attempt on the loop. Dropping down. The landing better than last time. It's going to jump up and reach the pool as well. So Hazard, after these jumps here, after these drops, we'll get another attempt on the high quarter pipe jump. Keeps going. Lands. And lands. Knows the setup. Tried this once, but then went too far. And if you go too far, there's a hole in the middle of the map that makes you fall all the way down. No recovery. You will just fall down. So this jump needs to work. There's the L-cone line of jumping to the right, where there's these small plastic pieces that can prevent you from falling, but it's a higher line. So Hazard, we'll see what the choice will be. Taking the line. Getting the speed right next to this light here. Back wheel next to the light. Could be a personal best jump if it lands on top. Seems ready to go. And landing is good. What about the speed? It is just right, and Hazard will be fourth player to land into this very, very dangerous platform. And now probably will take a little bit of a breather before trying this. Virtual has made this, but Virtual hasn't made the next section. Your goal to land in this pool. How you do it is, well, the current strategy that Ren and Elcon have been using and have been managing to get to work. Try to land into this wall, kind of like a wall ride, and then upside down into the plastic. Seems like Hazard already ready to go Not really thinking about this for too long. The landing. It's there. Onto the plastic. Is it gonna get to the pool? Oh, it's very close. It's a good attempt from Hazard. I think the landing into the first wall right was a little too late, losing a little bit too much speed over there. So instead of getting like a very, very clean landing here, landed like a little bit late. So instead of getting the early landing there. That seemed to be the issue. We've seen a couple attempts fail like this, but that is an excellent first attempt. That is definitely the best attempt that anyone has one-shot on this section. Of course, now we have data from Bren and Elcon. We can kind of see like, okay, how do you actually do this? But that was a great first attempt either way. Then you go around on these quarter pipes, you jump over here, and this is where Elcon's personal best is. This ledge. What you need to do next is land here, jump up here, and then you continue going here, take speed from this ring, go all the way up here into the pool, and then take the turbo. This is where floor 12 begins. And Bren has cleared these first few ramps, has gotten to this point on the map. So that's where we are. Not too far from where Hazard just was, but there's a couple very tricky obstacles to clear after that section as well. Well, the run continues though. No, the next jump didn't work out for Bren. So what Bren tried to do, if we go back, the strategy that Bren went for was to try to chain all these jumps. Trying to land here, then keeps it going, lands here, keeps it going, and tries to jump through this hole. And this would make sense, but Bren just didn't have enough speed, crashed the hole here, and fell down. Once was able to save the run over here, which is nice that it's right below, but it's a pretty shaky recovery. It's not so... not 100%, let's put it that way. And then, yeah. Did the same thing again, not quite enough speed, and... yeah, seems like this is where the map then continues. Great try from Hazard. Getting further and further. No floor on the map took dozens of hours to validate. Is it floor 12 now? I am so tired. Alright, Hazard back to floor 8. Back to the turtles. I also think Bob Parker probably validated every floor. Here we go then. Floor 15 took generations to validate. Possible. I mean, let's think about it. There's been 22 Bob Parkers before this new one, right? That's how many Bob Parkers they needed to validate this map. Who do you think has the greatest mental fortitude to keep going on the longest? Hard to say. Like, I feel like right now, the one who has been putting in like the most consistent hours, I guess like Brandon Elcon. I don't really know, because eventually, like, everyone will hit the point where they just need to take a break. That's gonna happen. Virtual also has been putting pretty consistent hours, but like, you know, every single player is gonna need those break days eventually. So it's hard to really say. I feel like no player in the top 5 right now lacks motivation at all. I mean, Virtual already had like a break day, which is completely understandable. Like, oh, Turtle, alive, savable, perfect flip, well done. Yeah, like it's just gonna happen, you know? It's not sustainable to do like these mega 10-hour sessions every day for weeks. Just not something that I don't think any one of these players can do. And yeah, at some point it will not be productive. It will be more productive to just take a day off and relax a little bit. Bob Parker has been removed from the leaderboard. Hallelujah. Is that the case? Still shows for me, but maybe it's gonna be updated soon. we can soon remove the pinned message then. Let's see if it disappears here, or if I need to maybe. I mean, I can reload the plugin. Let's try that. That work? No, I guess. Okay. Well, it's still there. Was it actually removed? Whatever. Whatever. Gone from the leaderboard there? Yeah, okay. So maybe this plugin updates later. What, Hazard has 66 hours played so far? God damn, it's the number, guys. No, yeah, that's true, Nikki. It's, honestly, like, I feel like a lot of this stuff has fit Hazard's skill set really well. Like, this kind of a challenge in general, I feel, is right for Hazard. Like, it's a very good match for the skill set. Great lane. And also, it feels like Hazard has been picking up the things that are a little bit outside of the skill set fairly quickly. Like, the ice spin is going better and better now as well. Seems to be learning these things really, really quickly. Landing works. A little bit of a clip there. Is the speed enough? Yes, plenty of speed. Am I able to try Deep Dip on a standard subscription? Yes. If you still have the standard subscription from last year, they're not selling it anymore. But if you still have it from last year, you will be able to play these custom maps. If you mean the starter access, which is essentially the free version, there's some workarounds to play it in solo. I don't really know which ones. But yeah, generally you will need the subscription, the paid access to play custom maps. I would imagine Hazard to be pretty comfortable on like anything that's not like super dank and very sort of niche, you know? This ice floor is already kind of like there, but has been picking up these strategies really nicely. Getting the ice wheels. Well, squeeze ice off the wheels and no, continues. There we go. Brent's and Hazard's skill sets are fairly similar. Both have a strong RPG background. Hazard maybe has like a stronger trial background. I'm not really sure. I don't really follow the players so closely, but I know that Hazard is like very good at like very difficult trick maps. Makes it up the hill. Then the jumps. Landing. And the pool. Works. RPG is basically this. There's, you know, some pathfinding, there's tricks that you usually don't have on like normal maps, like these pipes and platforming and all kind of stuff. We go for the spin again. Is it going to work? Might be just enough speed, but it's just not enough speed. Icy wheels, unfortunately. Icy wet wheels even. Not working in Hazard's favor, and we're in this box that you do not want to be in. Well, there is a recovery back to floor 7, almost to floor 8, and Hazard knows what it is. Landing here, the first step. Knows exactly what to do, but well, nails the landing, but that's only one part. Now it's the snake. We hope for the best, getting the wet wheels off, and then we go. It works sometimes, not this time. Get turtles as well. Unfortunate for Hazard. It was a great attempt though, great attempt. Trying to get those ice spins going, but yeah, still. The ice spin seems to be a big choke point for Hazard. Somehow, hopefully gets more consistent over time on that. Can I not? Well, Elcon on floor 8 has just entered it. Does the flip nicely. Lars currently on the beam here. Getting into the turbo tunnel. If Elcon can manage the beam landing. Seems to work. But Lars trying to set up this ice slide has been a little shaky on this one, honestly. The slide starts, and Lars does survive. Always so scary with this ice slide strategy. Which tricks would you find harder on this map than some of the guys right now? For me personally, any kind of like precision jumping would be difficult. So like some jumps on this floor, for example, require a lot of precision. Like for example the cat jump part. Not the two-wheel again, Elcon. Okay, thank God. Once was enough. Don't need to see it another time. There we go. That's better. You might be wondering why it's better to land upside down, but that's the only way to pass this section here. Whatever this is. Hoping to keep the turtle going, and it looks to work. Elcon did save the two-wheel back then. I mean, you know, after like 20 minutes of two-wheeling around the platform, didn't somehow the car just flipped. Two-wheel is essentially like a dead turtle, like, you can't really drive like that. But the car will usually have default movement like that as well, and then eventually it did, you know, work out. Eventually did flip back up. Still on plug-in. Hopefully it's gonna get out of there too. Oh well, as long as it's gone from the leaderboard website, that's probably fine. How many hours do you think it will take to reach the end? Impossible to say. Because, like, we get stuck on these specific sections sometimes, like, you know, some parts of floor 11, but then, you know, Bren cleared the last 3 sections on floor 11 in one go, right? One day, and we got from, like, we essentially cleared the last third of floor 11 in just one Bren session. So it really depends, like, even though these sections might be getting harder in some sense, it doesn't mean that it's the same experience for every single player. Some players might find it a little bit easier to do certain tricks and harder to do certain tricks, so, like, we'll see. Well, we go again. Turtle. Don't know if Bren is playing offline. I don't know if I would have a way of knowing that. Of knowing how, if anyone plays offline. Falcon. The flip works fine. Can you call him and ask? What kind of connections do you think I have? Let's see then. Final jumps on this floor. Landing in. That works. I thought Villa was all-knowing. Yeah, well... I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not revealing all the strats, you know? Confidential information. Do we know if Bren had the right strat on that jump he failed on 12? I mean, it makes sense, and it seems like there's some plastic on the ceiling to block, like, possible other jumps. But, like, we don't know, right? We don't know for sure. I don't at the moment have Bren's sleep schedule on hand, unfortunately. There we go then. I think it was a joke for well. Very consistent lines from Elcon. And the tricky one, this has been a little bit tough for most players. Need a lot of speed here. Pushing the line, landing is good. And up on top, works out. 1,000 meters now. Just keeps going, turbo landing, and then into the final 2 quarter pipe sections. We'll be doing the low jump line here. Has found that to be a bit more consistent. Lars also floor 9, somewhere below. Both getting some good range going. This should be enough speed. Let's see if Elcon commits. Will do so, and it's a perfect line as well. Lars currently doing the turbo jump number 2. Elcon, very good drift this time, not crashing the inside line. And the final few. 149, and to the right. Is the line good? It looks pretty good. Elcon will land. Just the 2 ramps, and Elcon gets to have some fun, not only with the bug slide landing, but also with the ice floor here. Ice Gold by Maverick. Elcon, extra ice slides, because there's too few on the floor, I suppose. So we get it started in style. We'll do this on second try though. Making sure that the speed is there. And now with the ice wheels you can zoom around the dirt like this. Elcon nails it. And we go through onto the plastic. No problem at all. Around the ice, choosing to slide it and into the water. This is a little bit close to the edge actually, but it makes it through. This one has been a little bit tricky sometimes. It is recoverable if you react very quickly, but I think Elcon will do this extra safely, getting all the speed, sliding up. It should be enough. Now the pipes. Jump is good. And to the pool. Very low line, but it's very good. Full releasing the entire air time pretty much. Has a very good speed for it and no hesitation. Into the ice spin, gets the timing, and it's going to work as usual. Oh! Loses the grip there a little bit, but controls it. And just goes right through the plastic into the dirt. Another attempt here. Just the half pipes. Plastic landing. Works out. So then... one more time. Done this plenty of times before. Turns around, stays on the ice, and now the landing onto the plastic looks very good. Going to be very centered. The icy wheels push you a little bit further to the side, so works just fine. Elcon, perfect landing. Gets to floor 11. Probably not too much thinking here. Knows exactly what to do, and Lars also is currently catching up. Getting the icy wheels dried out there. We'll follow Elcon though. Getting the first few transitions in. Landings work. Gaining the next. Lands it. Works just fine. Lars in the pool just before the snow uphills. Elcon for the quarter pipe. Lands it clean and lands it clean for the second time as well. Keeps going now. Needs to get a bit more speed all the way to the plastic and starts accelerating from there. Landing into the loop. It looks perfect. Needs to be careful to not have too much speed here, I think. But it does land into the pool. Lars still in the pool as well. I was gonna say cooling down, but it's the ice floor, so probably not. Elcon. Getting through. Now for the big one. Elcon has been doing the new line here. Has been jumping all the way to the right side. Even though it's a higher jump, there's the small red plastic pieces that do prevent you from falling down. But you still need to be careful. You can still go too far with this strategy, so... The line looks good. Landing works. Elcon... Oh, actually... Oh, Elcon is doing the left side lineup instead. Has stopped doing the right side line, but... not working. Well, to be fair, the right side line is not looking to be that much safer. Elcon has made it with both strategies, has also failed it with both strategies. So it's not like there's like a clear strategy that you should always go for. Elcon, the only one to try the right side line, I think. And has made it work, but has also failed it. It's just a difficult jump. Elcon this time will not get it done. Lars, close to the ice spin, has definitely become better at it. You can still be too fast with the right line. Can still be too fast. You can like fly over the red plastic as well. It's just that like I suppose like you need to be less accurate with the speed, but it's a faster line that you need to get, so the chances of you being too slow are also higher. Then through... I don't know what that comment is, Chemistan, from like years ago. Probably check the date on that one. Lars for the ice spin. This looks very good. It will work. No, the fall is the same. You'll still fall dead center on the map, all the way down. Around the plastic then. Full steering, kind of ice sliding. Oh, it's a little short, but works out. Landing in. Please comment on 2-year-old drama. Alternate solution. Let's watch Lars do the half pipes. Going in, lining up on the left side. Seems to be staying on the track. Now, the plastic landing, it's a bit to the side, but I think this is recoverable. Will compensate a little bit, and a couple wiggles to keep up the speed. Looks very good. Oh no, you were joking. But here's a guy who's not joking. Lars. A seriously good attempt, we could say. Floor 11. Another personal best attempt. Has made it a couple sections in. The quarter pipe. Uphill jump, the first one. That's the PB jump. So Lars, if... okay, Lars not letting me show it, but maybe Lars will show it himself. Landing in the first two. It is enough. We'll chain this jump as well all the way here. So, this is pretty much it. This is where we are. We have Lars now on a personal best attempt. Makes the first few jumps, and now this quarter pipe jump up. That's gonna be Lars's PB. If it works. Knows the lineup. Knows what you need to do. Has tried it, I think, at least twice. I'm not sure if it's more. Takes the speed. What about the line? It works, and Lars does manage to land it. So this is a new personal best run. It is also a top 5 run at the moment. Virtual, Hazard, Elcon, and Bren have made it a little bit further, but Lars has a chance here to maybe at least equal Virtual and Hazard. Takes the speed, knows what to do. Going in. Now the loop landing. Is it going to work? It's a little bit too far to the right, and this is looking tough. Lars, a little bit of luck involved, but the lamp saves the run. And there is the recovery of dropping down here that we've seen other players do. So, yeah, jumping a little bit too far to the right, knows now that it needs to be a little bit more on the left. And that is good feedback from that attempt. Thank you, Rollin. Glad you're enjoying. Thank you for the prime. Now the drop down, it's not as easy as it might look. Basically a blind jump here. On a very small area. Can take all the time in the world. But Lars barely landing it. Wow. That was close to the edge. Does manage to stay on the track. And we'll get another attempt. Here we go then. Back to the quarter pipe. Landing. Oh, it clips, and that's too much speed. Lars doesn't have enough time to react to that line. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen here. Turtle flip on this barrier? Possible. That was clutch. Lars does save a run. And might be able... I don't know. I haven't seen anyone else on this beam. If you want to really risk it, there might be a jump back to the beginning of the floor here. But I think the safer option is to drop back to floor 10. I don't think the pipe landing is very smart. I mean, I guess it could work, but it looks very sketchy. I think there's like 90% chance that goes wrong. I suppose you can also... Well, dropping on the snow also doesn't seem very good. I feel like you might either try this jump from here, which is sketchy, or you might just drop to the pool. I feel like the Safe approach, just jump down. And do floor 10 again. I don't see anything else. I suppose you could go here and try to drop down on this plastic. That's another option, actually. So, this lining up here and then dropping down here. That seems like it could work. We'll see. So, there's like 4 options, I suppose. I don't think even Elcon would go for the pipe. I think Elcon might go for this plastic landing. It looks like Lars might try this back to beginning. Is it gonna work? Oh, it turtles. Is it gonna flip? Oh, Lars gets off the platform at least, but that's not much. Not much. Floor 7, maybe. Floor 6, maybe. Floor 6. To the plastic bones. High risk, high risk. It was the first idea that I had as well. To, you know, not lose too much progress, but yeah. Was close, was close. Sometimes you just wanna try a little bit of something riskier, but sometimes it also goes wrong. Oh well, Lars can get there again. Was a good PB run. Managed to get 1 jump further. Still top 5. You need club access to play this map? Yeah, that, or if you still have standard access from last year, you can still use that as well. They don't sell the standard access anymore. If you have the free access, there's probably some workarounds to play the map in like hot seat or something that have worked since the beginning of the game that have never been fixed, so I assume that the developer knows about these very well. So if you really want to play it, really want to try it out, there's probably a way, but it's probably a bit wonky. There's only 2 tiers anymore, which is good. Well, Hazard back to turtling. Yeah, things like that. They would... I feel like if Nadio really wanted to prevent those, they would have done it. But you know, I don't think they care all that much. You can't play on servers, on this server without the paid access, for example. Or the public servers. Never played Trackmania in my life, but watching this is really addicting. You're not alone. I think this event has reached far beyond Trackmania's usual community. What's the best console player for Trackmania? Overall, it's probably Rotcat. People will definitely speedrun this map after the competition. It's gonna be much easier to practice the map when the checkpoint versions and all the practice floors are out after the competition. Can you explain why Hazard always climbs front wheels first, but when you listen to other streamers they say, I need to catch it with the back wheel after a turtle? No. Turtling is like the thing in this game that I know the least about. All I know is that you can do it both ways. Seems like some players choose to do it with front wheels, some players choose to do it with back wheels. I suppose like you commit to one or the other, but Hazard is just like very good at this. So I suppose maybe the back wheel stuff is easier if you're less experienced in turtling. But I don't know the details. Hazard, good landing. Going through. Official birds, thank you so much for the prime sub. Can you play on this exact same server with these guys? You cannot, because this server is based on a whitelist, and the whitelist is currently closed as well. So there are public servers, there's multiple public servers where you can play as well, and you are completely eligible to compete even if you're not on this server. You can get the game on either Ubisoft Connect or Steam. The Steam version will still use the Ubisoft Connect launcher though, so just so you know. Do overwalls easier with reverse gear? Not sure if you get that on turtling, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff, unfortunately. Here we are, back to floor 9. Unfortunately not Davey. But to be fair, the map is extremely difficult. So far, no one's gone all the way to the top. But it can be, I think for more casual players, it can be still enjoyable to play when the checkpoint version comes out. That can be fairly playable. High jump. Lens. And lens. And now for the final one. I did play Deep Dip 1 when it came out. Was a much smaller event for sure. Hazard into the final parts of this floor. Gets it done. Very consistent. Bren currently has the water guard, the only player to reach floor 12. Hazard looking good. No problem on floor 9 at all. Just keeps it up. Now, the ice floor. Getting the icy wheels again. Going through. Works out no problem whatsoever. Lars and Elcon trying to get new runs started. Elcon on floor 2 right now. Trying to get into these floor 6, 7, 8. Sort of the run starter floors, really. Getting through floor 7 seems to be a big deal right now still. And Lars, floor 5, but has been doing nicely so far today already. Hazard, good ice slide. Over the pipe. No problem. Hazard not going for the ice slide here. But you will get enough speed either way. Then for the uphill. Hazard not taking maybe as much speed as the others there, but it seems to be working. Let's see, the ice slide up the hill, that is very, very good. So Hazard will be continuing towards the spin yet again, just needs to clear these next two pipe jumps. We'll redo this one, not quite the speed. Don't need to commit to this jump until you know for sure. Want to have the speed. This looks better. Hazard jumps through. And then for the pool. Wants to redo the line, but it's a bit too late to change your mind there. Hazard, unfortunately, didn't really have the speed, but decides too late that wants to try it again. In all fairness, it might have been that the commitment would have resulted in the same fall. At the very least, we'll be able to continue from floor 7 now. We see Kubas there as well, but Kubas is one of the mappers, one of the playtesters, so we're not going to include Kubas in the competition because he is not eligible for the prizes anyway. But I'm looking forward to Kubas floor. If you are interested, these are the mappers right now. So we've cleared the floors from Mudgy, floor 1, Lentillion, Max Chess, Jaka, Classic, Techie, Dundee, Rioter, Maverick, and now Sidelord as well. Whiskey's floor, the next one to be conquered. And then we have Plexity, Viru, Kubas on floor 15, and then Jumper on floor 16, Sparkling, the main organizer of the project, with the final jump. So, still a lot to be discovered. Kubas will probably not be revealing anything that hasn't been found by the players. That's sort of the mapper rule. So they will not go to any new areas, they will not reveal any strategies that the players haven't already found. Oh, Sparkling wasn't showing for floor 4? Oh, true actually. Yeah. Good point. Probably didn't want to list the name twice there, right? Back to the turbo tunnel. Hazard still going for the ice slide method. Works, usually. Trying to set it up very carefully. Okay, here we go. Makes it through. It's always scary. It's always looking like just a little bit of a one variable a little bit different, and it's going very, very wrong, but oh well. There could still definitely be some things that on the earlier floors that are not done in the intended ways. We have multiple strats for like that turbo tunnel as well, but I don't know how Techie does it. We will maybe one day find out. Glad to hear, Aisha. I try. No problem, Fenris. Kubas is floor 15. Hazard for the beam. Works out perfectly. The bobsleigh landing works as well. I did hear that Bob Parker will have a redemption arc in 2 years and wins Deep Dip 4. Apparently that's in the script. So that much we know. Do you think anyone today is gonna get past Brent's wildcard? Gonna be tough. It's possible. Like, Hazard is getting closer. If Hazard can figure out the plastic halfpipe today. And you know, Lars is close to that as well. Virtual, right there too. Elcon, good to it as well, of course. Elcon has made it past the plastic halfpipe. Sure, yeah. Like, you know, Bren was able to clear the last few jumps off floor 11 after getting the half loop done, so I don't see that it would be impossible for someone else to do the same. But then, you know, like, does anyone actually figure out floor 12? The first tricks there, that's a different question, of course. Landing on the grass, no problem. Took Bren 4 days to get consistency on floor 11, but I bet others are gonna be stuck for a while. Kind of, but consider that Bren has done the work of figuring out a lot of the struts there. So, Hazard, for example, has 2 runs on floor 11, which is, you know, compared to Bren's whatever, like, couple dozen, seems very low, but Hazard has already been able to try the plastic. Has already been to the plastic wall thing. Half pipe. So, like, I don't know. Could be that the discovery of those strategies will speed up others more than we might think. When does a run actually get interesting at this point? I feel like generally getting past floor 7 is still like a key section on the run. Floor 7 has so many run killers where you can fall all the way down. Sorry for mentioning all the bobs earlier. Wait, which thing? I feel like everyone's been talking about Bob. Indeed, if you haven't seen the pinned message, you don't need to worry about the Bob Parker run on the leaderboard. It is not a legitimate run. There we go. Hello, Rockhouse. Oh yeah, don't worry, Ion. It's all good. But, you know, someone might be watching with, like, sound off or something and might miss some context. So it could be a bit of a intimidating confrontation. All fine. Okay. Bobs are welcome. Here we go then. Floor 9. A little bit on the edge. Works fine. Hello, Ale. Good landings. And the landing up works fine. Lars getting closer and closer to floor 8 as well. If not already there. Actually is already there. Just in the beginning. And Hazard going for the high line once more. Landing on the left. So, Bren is still in the lead. Floor 12 has been reached. Then we have a couple players in floor 11. We have Elcon, the furthest out of the floor 11 players. Right now still trying to figure out the last third or so. Hazard and Virtual are trying to figure out the plastic halfpipe. So not too far from Elcon, but still a couple sections behind. Then we have Lars, who has been pretty close as well, trying to figure out the first half of the floor still. And Scrappy, Timo, still on floor 10, trying to get that done. Hazard now. Once more close to floor 10. Plastic bones. Landing works. Speed is definitely there. What about the landing? Line is good. And it will land. A little bit over the plastic, but it's fine. Oh, careful now. Just the 2 ramps and once more. Getting more and more practice on this floor. The ice spin has been a little bit of a problem. The half pipes at the end also. But Hazard definitely improving on this floor. Icy wheels, the dirt zoop, both work. Through the ice slide, grip is there, looks good. Jumping through, around the ice. Landing here. No problem with the uphill so far. Makes it work this time too. The dirt can be a little bit scary. Need to be very careful with the line. But I think the strat has been figured out. Accelerates, slides up. Gets through. Had some problems with this pipe section last time, but let's see now. First one looks good. And the second one. Jump into the pool. Works out. So one more attempt on the ice spin. More practice. At the very least. But hopefully also a run through it. The spin looks pretty good. The speed I think is enough. And Hazard is through. One more time. Getting better and better at this. Sliding around onto the plastic. Plastic looks to be fine. Good slowdown, and now the very end of the floor. First landing, no problem, and then the half pipes. Here we go. Landing up on the left. Should be enough space to do the turnaround, and then the landing on the plastic looks very good. Should land into this narrow piece of wall we have, and the flip works as well. So Hazard one more time is through to floor 11. Has been getting so much better yesterday and today especially. Third run now on floor 11. Landings work, no problem there. We keep going. Now the quarter pipe takes the speed. What about the line? It looks to be good enough, and Hazard will land. Was very close to clipping, but fortunately for Hazard, the speed is there. Then the speed up the hill. Has made this before. Knows where to land. It's a bit far. Is it enough speed? It will go into the pool. It's always a bit hard to see, but we hear the water sound. So that's good enough for us. Getting the water wheels dry on the dirts. And then for big jump. Back wheel next to the light. And here we go. Doesn't need too much time to think. Knows where to aim. The landing works. What about the speed? It looks like it's too much, and unfortunately for Hazard, this will fall all the way down. That is the danger. Floor 4, maybe. No. Gonna go all the way. Floor 0. But back up we go. It's gonna happen. It's a very, very dangerous jump. You go too far, there's this big hole in the middle. And really nothing you can fall down to. There's also the finish line, presumably. The crown we can see from here. We will see when the first player is ready to reach that. I think we're still gonna need a little bit more time. What's the best way to get less speed? Well, it depends. I don't think anyone really has like a super good setup to do it consistently. I think usually players are just releasing when they get closer to the landing. So if you release in the air, that will still slow you down. So I think that's what players are currently doing. They're not trying to do like a very early release. Lars, good recovery there. We'll get back on this jump. The Bren indeed. World record still. From earlier today. Floor 12 has been reached. So we've made some solid progress. And also, part of that progress is that players are reaching floor 11 more and more. Lars has been here, has been to these floors before and has made it all the way to a new personal best on this session. On floor 11. Hazard was just there as well. Good progress. Elcon has been to floor 11 multiple times too, has left the server right now, not here at the moment, but maybe jumping back in at some point. Lars to the final quarter pipe. Line up. Jump. It's a little short. We'll land here though. Luckily not falling further. So Lars will be able to climb back up. Ocon said he's done for the day. Okay. So taking a little bit of a short session makes sense completely. Bren has been to floor 12 today. Has made it multiple times through the section that Hazard just failed not too long ago. I don't think people will know that you're joking, Sigvason. I know though, but it is actually I think very logical that we are seeing some of the players start taking like more breaks now. Just shorter sessions or, you know, skipping a day entirely. Because I think that at this point players feel kind of safe taking some breaks because the world record is not progressing that quickly. Progressing, but not that quickly. So if you take like 1 day off or 2 days off even, you will be able to get back into the competition after. And also like at some point your body will just say like, okay, it's too much grinding this every day for 10 hours. You will need a little bit of time off. Well, Lars still climbing though. We're going into floor 10 and hopefully to floor 11 again. How did you manage your longest grinds? I mean, I did take like ultimately I did 2 pretty short days. Not like 10-hour days, but more like 5-hour days usually. Makes it more manageable. And yeah, like, you need days off as well. The issue is that, like, you get so focused on this grind because, like, you spend all of your daily energy on one map. So then you start dreaming about that map as well. And, like, it's like you're thinking about nothing else. And it's just like, you just need time off. Because it's not enough that you end your session and then you're thinking about something else, because you will not be thinking about something else. You will end your stream and close the game, you'll still be thinking about this map. So taking days off makes a big difference. Lars, 5 jumps. Oh, this is a bit to the right, but we'll land. Lars keeps going into the pool. Looks great. Another ice spin here. Have you had Shootmania dreams? Yeah, during the grinds especially, yeah. When I've been trying to get some water guard. For like hundreds of hours, yeah. Lars gets the gear, starts the spin. This looks good, and Lars manages to do it. Players getting much, much better at this. Then for the speed. Sliding through into the dirt. Works fine. I think Elcon will benefit a lot from just taking like one day off. But, you know, the thing is that I've just seen Elcon grind so much that it feels like it's not sustainable. Doing really long days. Kinda like Simo, and Simo seems to be doing the same thing, kinda, you know. Taking a small break. Small break from the map. Lars, good lines through the half-pipes though, yet again. And this should now be another floor 11 attempt. No problem at all. Making it look very simple here. Consistent on 410 now, it seems. How about Bren though? Yeah, Bren seems to be doing really well without like big breaks, that's true. Well, Lars now, another attempt on PB, lands very far to the side, keeps it going and will land. And works. But Bren has also reduced the amount of hours, right? So that's, you know, still something. But I think, you know, we'll see. I don't think there's gonna be anyone throughout this grind who takes literally 0 days off. Lars now. Oh, it's a little bit too far to the left. This looks tricky to recover. Don't know if you can get the car back onto the platform. You might need to do something else here. Just kind of try to drop down on the right side. There's a pool on floor 10. You can drop down below and you can start floor 10 again. I don't know if Lars still wants to... Seems like Lars wants to get on this beam. We'll see if it works. No, yeah. Drops down onto this beam. This might still go ultimately into the pool. I wonder if Lars knows where it is actually. Like, it should just be to the left. But this is scary because you have to keep the turtle going. You can't look around. Drops down on the other side. Let's see if this works out. The car actually does manage to land the right way up. And this should be safe now, going onto the dirt. Okay, well, that is a better recovery than the pool. Maybe a little bit less safe, but it works out. we'll be able to continue now. Has to do the ice spin and the half pipes again, but we'll be fine. So here is the pool. This is the pool down here. That was the... That takes you to the beginning of the floor. Would have been the other option, but I mean, this works. Back we go. Pool. No problem. And then into the ice spin. Gets the gear, the spin, looks good. That's enough speed. Very well done. We'll still do this final section in 2 parts, making sure that the speed is not lacking. Sliding through, and it works fine. Back to the ice half pipe. Starts on the right side, moves to the left, and the turnaround. Looking good. What about the landing? Looks very good. Could be enough speed. Some wiggles. And then the bounce. No problem. Back to floor 11. Missing pieces by Side Lord. Let's see now. How's the second attempt? Landing is good. Gets through the first 2. Now hopefully a little bit of a better line into the quarter pipe. Was just simply too far to the left last time. So knows what went wrong. Starts the line. This one more to the right and it will work, but the light beam... Not another turtle here. This already happened to Lars before. Doesn't even want to know what would have happened, what could have happened, just a new run. The jump line, just a little bit too far to the left. You have to push it a little bit more to the right. Even though it's higher, you have to go for it, because otherwise you hit this light. Just not going to work. Elcon floor 8 offline? Oh, Elcon is playing offline. Good to know. So showing in the plugin, not streaming either. Elcon has been playing a bunch like on the server but not on stream. Probably for focus. Seems to find it easier to focus like that. Unfortunately, of course, if Elcon is not on the server and not streaming, then we can't really follow what's happening there. But we do have Hazard and Lars still on the server. Hazard one more time will turtle here, but this is savable. No problem. Well, Sunday. Thank you. Good to see you. 13 might be a little bit safer for recoveries, yeah. We'll wait and see. Could also be more dangerous depending on how it's really built, but you know. Floor 8 is kind of like a nice soft checkpoint where you can often fall down to floor 8 from both floor 9 and 10. So you fail something there, there's like a decent chance that you fall down into like a pool or something on floor 8 and you will be able to continue. Floor 11 definitely is not that floor, because floor 11 has basically no ground at all, right? It's gonna be very sketchy to recover your run there. Floor 10 also, the problem is that it's largely ice and snow and stuff. So even if you fall down to floor 10, you're likely to slide out because of the slippery surface there. So yeah, it seems like the recoveries are getting really difficult now. But maybe there's something higher up that will work. Here we go. No problem. Hazard doesn't have any issue with these turtle parts. Hugo also on the server hasn't gotten a new personal best just yet. Good landing from Hazard. Lars currently on floor 1, trying to get some runs going as well. Ixon has been doing decently. Has a personal best of 816. That's still floor 7, but it is a solid height for sure. Ixon could maybe pick up those floor 8 strats fairly quickly, as some others have done once Ixon is there. Floor 9 now for Hazard. Line up here. And the speed. A bit delayed with the air brake. We'll try to drift through. This definitely doesn't want to end up in the water again. The other side. Just the drift line. Good thinking. Just needs one more. Oh, tries to actually... Oh, a bit greedy. Hazard is trying to get back on the beam. That's a little greedy, but let's see if it works. Oh, I don't know about this. You're fighting against the turbo when you turn towards the beam. Still trying. Ah, I think the turbo is a bit too strong. Oh. Simo did it. Okay, maybe Hazard has seen that. Well, let's see now. You can safely be, if you're fully sideways on the turbo, it doesn't push you to any direction. So you can stay here, but then once you turn to either side, the turbo will affect you. Jump up? No, it doesn't quite work. You could just drop to the right side, and yeah, Hazard will do that, and the car will flip. So Hazard will eventually go for the perhaps safer approach. And then to the back of the back to the beginning of the floor. That seems like a very difficult recovery to do. I'm not really sure if you need to like drift all the way through somehow. Well, back we go. Landing here works again. A bit on the edge. I think Hazard will correct this line a little bit. One looks better. The speed. Air brake on point this time. Yeah, the run has been removed in some form on the leaderboard, but it's still here. Still showing here. But yeah, truly, the top one right now, not a legitimate run. Bren is the world record holder. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's... I've heard it's not on the website leaderboard, but it's still on the plugin leaderboard for some reason. But yeah, either way, no need to worry about that one. Oh, thank you, F. I'll check that out in just a moment. Hazard? Seems like we have some spectator lag. Don't know. Don't think Hazard just found a wrong warp on this map. I feel like we just have a little bit of lag, but, you know, it happens when you spectate players. It looks normal for the player. The player will not have that lag. It's just when we're watching them. High jump line still. Been working. This one, not happy with the speed. So it's really just the speed. I think the speed is the only reason why they redo the line. There is a skip in the very beginning of floor 5. It's on the segmented. It's done on the segmented version, the practice floor that has been officially released. Hazard, looks like a good line. We'll make it up here. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a clip of it, but it is the world record in the official practice floor of floor 5. In the very start. Doesn't skip anything super difficult, so I don't imagine it's gonna be done by these players. But Hazard now has another chance at floor 10. Very close. Very close. It is not a reliable skip. I mean, I haven't tried it, but it truly doesn't look like one. Oh, is it enough speed? It will be. Very close landing it looked like, but works out. Through the ice then. Hazard has been here many times today. Really seems to be getting more consistent on the first 9 floors. And I mean, we didn't see Hazard for like, you know, 3 days, right? Because Hazard was playing on the Trackmania LAN over the weekend, but now picking up the strats super quickly again. T-land, no problem. Icy wheels into the dirt then. And there we go. Seems to work. Could you please put the prize money in relation to any other tournaments? So I can't remember everything from memory, unfortunately, but like the biggest prize pools that we've had are probably the Zerator tournaments that we had in recent years. Basically, like multiple tournaments with I think $50,000 per tournament, and you know those are big tournaments. Zerator, a massive French streamer. If I remember right, the entire like season prize pool, like the total prize pool for like the Trackmania Grand League seasons was like, was it like 23k euros? I can't remember from memory. But yeah, a $30,000 prize pool, it's big. Thank you for the 100, Super Hobo. To the uphill looks good. How did you pronounce Zerator names? I'm doing the English pronunciation, yeah? Hazard. See if we have another attempt at the spin. Just one more jump. Works. The 128k is a little bit misleading though, isn't it? Because it's multiple tournaments. But yeah, sure. It's still pretty big. Alright, Hazard. Gets the gear, the spin starts. Oh, this one doesn't look great, and Hazard knows it. Good recovery. We'll be able to retry this. So you can climb back up. Now just into the pool, or will Hazard line up from here? Looks like we'll start from here. Gets the gear, the spin. This looks a lot better. Great recovery from Hazard. Still makes it through. I think Hazard knows exactly what to do, but sometimes the small, like, variations in the line still kind of, like, throw him off guard. That's kind of what it feels like. But it's going better and better and better. Also for Lars. The ice spin in general is becoming less and less of like a choke point. It's still definitely a choke point, especially within this floor, compared to everything else, but players are getting much better. Now for the half pipes then. A little bit on the right side, Hazard knows this as well, tries to recover. This could be floor 7 pool. And it will be. So yeah, Hazard knew that that was going to go too far to the left. Tried to compensate, tried to save the line, slow down there, but unfortunately falls off the other side. So yeah, I think what happened there is that Hazard turned around a little bit too early, which made it so that when Hazard was doing the right press, the car had a little bit too much grip. It turned for a little bit too long on the ice itself, not in the air, because you will get airtime eventually when you're high enough. So starting the turn to the right a little bit too early, and then the car goes too far to the right, then you try to adjust, and then it's ice, and it's a downhill, you have a lot of speed, you don't have that much control, you fall all the way down. So many things can go wrong on this map, everywhere. It's so hard. Everything's so hard. But, well, at the very least, the ice spin is going very well now, overall. Ixon, not quite on a personal best. Actually, might be. No. This should be a personal best. I think this next jump will actually be a PB. This will probably go a bit higher. And of course, we don't really care about the height, but I'm estimating the PB height. I'm estimating the personal progress based on the PB height. Is this gonna flip back up? Turtle around the turbo. Oh, backwards turtle. I have no idea. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, sure. That's a save. It's one way to unturtle. But now needs to figure out the line. We have a great camera angle. Lost a bit too much speed here. Needs to figure out what exactly to do. Already got a personal best height, but it doesn't mean all that much if you don't clear the section. Hazard coming in as well. Maybe Ixon can pick up some struts. Hazard there, explaining the strategy. Hopefully Ixon understood. And there we go. Ixon trying it as well. This looks better, but it's a bit too much to the side. We've seen this happen to Granadi on the first try, some others as well, and this unfortunately will not quite land. It is a personal best. It is a personal best, so good progress, but it will fall all the way down. Hazard keeps going. Wall triggered clip doesn't show Bob's run. Okay. Give it like 1 week and no one will have any idea what information is true and what's not. It will be a mess. We'll have 66 Bobs on the leaderboard. All on floor 16. I really don't think that for these guys especially, like of course the prize pool is great, I don't think that's like the whole thing, or even necessarily like the most important thing. Even without any prize pool, someone would push to finish this map. 100%. How likely do you think it is that floor 11 is the hardest one? Very unlikely. We basically have kind of some level of confirmation from the mappers that the highest floors will also be the hardest ones. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that, Sixerson. Hazard already mentioned the prize pool isn't part of why he's doing this at all. Yeah, I think for a lot of these players it's a similar story. When, you know, you've been playing Trackmania for so long that you kind of understand the prestige in an achievement as difficult as this. And you want to do it. You want to be the first one to achieve it. Like, you know, the thing is that these guys are playing other maps for dozens of hours, even hundreds of hours as well, without any kind of a reward in hand. Like, you know, we've had players who spent like hundreds of hours on like the AO1 world records, right? Which really nothing more than the prestige of having the world record at stake. So it's just a big one, you know? A big challenge with a big achievement. And it might be hard to understand that if you haven't gone for a grind like that yourself. Might also be easy to understand, if, you know, even if you haven't done this kind of stuff yourself. But like, it's just something that you want to push yourself. When you're on this level of competitiveness, you just want to push yourself to the limit. Bren did get a new world record earlier today. Floor 12 has been reached. No, Deep Deep 2 win will absolutely be one of the like more prestigious achievements in this game. Absolutely true. Like, it's such a unique challenge, and there's so many people putting in so ridiculous hours. So it will be a huge, huge achievement. Bren has the same skin with a different color. As far as I know, yeah. Yeah, the 66-hour thing is not true, by the way. That is a very strange rumor that got out of hand super quickly. To me, the biggest achievement is Mother Run on Deep Fear. What do you think is the biggest achievement ever done in Trackmania? I mean, the Deep Fear is like up there for sure. I don't know if it's possible to like rank these kinds of achievements really. Like say that one is better than the other. It's very difficult. Because a lot of the time there can be like achievements that are like very impressive because the player was just so determined to reach those. So there's no like objective way to like rank like, okay, this map means more than this other one. There's like a lot of context and storylines to it that I think matter as well. But the Deep Fear is a completely insane achievement, of course. Hazard. Going through floor 9, no problem. Lands very far on the turbo, still enough speed. Is it less of an achievement if none of the top 3 right now wins it? I think Bren said, as the top 3 currently has explored all the floors, they deserve the win. No matter who wins, that player has to figure out the ending of the map on their own, right? Unless someone has barely failed it, I suppose, before. I don't know. I feel like there's like a lot of stuff like, okay, what's like deserved and stuff. I feel like whoever is the first to finish this map deserves the win. Like, I don't think there's anything like, oh, this player deserved to win it more. Sometimes, you know, not everyone likes the storyline as much as they would prefer some other storyline, but like, this is such a ridiculous challenge. Doing these 16 floors in one go, finishing the map. No matter who it is, they need to like completely exceed expectations. Like, truly one of the hardest challenges in this game that we've had. So there's no such thing as someone like getting lucky and finishing the map. That's not gonna happen. The one who wins will be like incredibly determined and will be absolutely deserving of the title. The discovery is only like one part of it as well. For example, Elcon hasn't probably discovered as much as Hazard and Bren have, but Elcon has been finding a lot of alternative strats that work better for Elcon. So like creativity can come in like different forms as well, right? not just discovering something new, but discovering new ways to do old things. I do think that, yeah, the winner right now is probably currently in top 10. I would guess that as well. Good night, Mimi. Hazard. Close to the spin again. Has been doing very well today, overall. And back we go. Here we go then. Gets the gear, the spin, looks like good timing. Is it enough? It will be. Very good. There we go. Back to the half pipes, if this plastic goes well. Looks good and controlled. Very good. Landing works. So then, to fix the mistake that Hazard had last time, but already back here, it's very impressive. Now, back we go. A bit to the left, turning a little bit later, and this time it's great. Stays on the ice. Onto the plastic. Looks very good, this one as well. I will guess we have another floor 11 attempt right here. And my guess is correct. Hazard back here. Has been making it here many times today. Getting really good practice and really good progress too. Just needs to do that big quarter pipe jump to tie virtual for current third place on this map. Now the lineup. Speed. Drop works great, and the jump is very good. Couple more sections before PB. Landing is the loop. It's a bit late. Is it enough speed? It will be. So then the wheels dry on the dirt. Good landing. And another good landing there. Now we get to the PB jump. So Hazard has struggled with the right amount of speed. Both times landed here just fine, but flew over this, unfortunately. Already ready to try this out. Testing out the lines. Now starts a little bit later than before. A new kind of a setup. It will land just fine, and then the release, it will land. So Hazard has now gotten back here onto the top of the world. For now, 65% through the tower, of course. Now just going for that plastic. Actually tried this before, if I remember correctly already, so but this time the bounce is not right at all. Not landing into the half pipe, and bounces off floor 8 as well. Maybe somewhere on floor 7. Well, it will land on floor 7. Well, at the very least, Hazard now. More and more practice on this floor. Still, only 2 players have made it past the pool. You're supposed to land upside down, fly into the pool here. Elcon has made it here after these quarter pipe jumps here, and then Bren was able to also land this jump, not only that, but also this landing, then go onto the ring and jump all the way up to this pool, and then jump to floor 12 over here. Managed to do these ramps all the way up here, but it seems like you need a lot of speed here. If the idea is right, which I don't really see anything else being the case, honestly. If the idea is right that you have to jump through this hole, then it means that you also need a lot of speed. And Bren tried chaining these, tried to chain this landing, keep the speed. Still wasn't enough speed. So that's where we stand right now. What about the ramp further in front of the jump? I feel like you need even more speed for that one. We haven't really had many attempts on that part, so you know, it's hard to say exactly what needs to happen and what the strat will be. But yeah, I've looked through a little bit, and like me on my skill level, I can't really come up with anything else but the jump through the hole. But we'll see. It could be something else. Elcon back on the server too. We'll see if something new can happen with that. Lars still climbing as well. Lore 12, so far we know very little about it. Bren has only been to the very beginning, but there's immediately a pretty heavy speed check, it seems. So, can't imagine it gets much easier from there. Seems very road-based though. Very tarmac-based, the floor 12 so far. Team of floor 12 is falling down. Well said. That's so far what we know, yeah. Are people generally avoiding spoilers for the higher floors? Well, you're allowed to go through them with the free camera, but we've decided not to do that. We're going to discover everything with the players, so as soon as the players reach the floor, we'll look around a little bit with them and try to understand the tricks together with them. Oh, this looks shaky. We'll save it. It is very cool how the visual sort of theme on every floor is a little bit different. They're very recognizable. Are you three, Maji, Janik, and you kind of allowed casting by the mappers, or is it on your own? So, I can only speak for myself, of course, but I did ask for permission from the organizers, and they did give me permission to cast the event. Thank you. Cool. I mean, it's pretty, kind of close to PB, I guess. Yeah, actually, the ice jump. We can check in on this one. You know, hazard turtling. Oof. Hazard turtling. You know, what's there to see, right? The beam landing, Could be something though. Let's check out the beam landing, and Tommy hopefully drives only after that. Oh, and I'm glad I checked because it's a little bit off. The hazard will fall down. Maybe some lucky bounce, 2 bounces. Where is it gonna go? I think floor 3. Or the closest one. Floor 4. Well, floor 4, that's something. Seems like Sammy. Just trying to recover now. Thank you, Joe. I try. Unit kettle. Rest well. Alright, let's see then. Tommy needs to make it into the pool. For a new personal best. Lines it up. Knows what to do. Turns into it. And the line a little bit off to the left. Could be recoverable still. Somehow to the plastic maybe. Yippee is the call from the player, but I don't know how much of a yippee this really is. It looks kind of grim if we look down. Well, it will land the right way up. So I suppose maybe? I think you... where can you go? Oh, you can maybe land on this beam. If you want to be super safe, you can land into the pool below, but this would be the final jump. This is a duck jump of floor 6, so... I mean, might try. Needs to do a sideways landing. Hope the car stops immediately on landing. Or maybe there's something else. I don't think you can get back up. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, you can go on this side as well. Way better thinking there. I think I saw someone do this earlier as well, but I just forgot a few days ago. Okay, no need for super rough landings. We'll be getting back here. Lars getting a run going to Hazard and Elko and Carling, getting through those first few floors. Hello Thor, who organizes this event is Ubisoft itself or some third-party group. This is a community project, so there's about 20 people who have contributed to this event in one way or another. And yeah, they are also the ones who built the map, the ones who organized this event, host the servers, everything else. Oh yeah, there's a crowdfund thing, fundraiser for the mapping team as well, or the, you know, organizer team too, but I don't have it. There it is. Thank you, PD. I'll really have to make a new comment, or a bunch of comments really. The prize pool is crowdfunded by the community as well. Lars getting this run together, has had many attempts on floor 11 today. Elcon getting some runs up as well. I thought Elcon would actually not play today anymore, but well, he's back on the server. Price pool, I can say the amount. It's also in the plugin you can contribute, but yeah, $30,000 right now. Yeah, it's on Matcherino. $50% to the first finisher, 30% to the second, and 20% to the third. Why did you think he wouldn't play? Because I heard that someone mentioned that he would be calling it a day. But maybe he didn't say that. Like, I figured that was on stream. Or maybe, you know, he just changed his mind. Lars, through the tunnel. It's a bit shaky always, but works out. Seems to always be this turbo tunnel for many players now. Kinda always like bouncing around, hoping for the best. Are you prepared to watch people fall for the next month? Think it's gonna take 4 more weeks? We don't really know like what the progress will be, right? We don't know what's ahead of us. It could be that some parts of some floors will be figured out very quickly, and it could be that some of them take, like, you know, some single jump could take 5 days to figure out. Entirely possible. Beam landing. Good one from Lars. Floor 11, unlikely to be the hardest one. Pretty sure the last few floors are going to be the hardest ones. There's a lot of players on floor 5 and 6 right now. Hugo, Matt, Birdie, Zypher, as well on top of Elcon and Hazard. Birdie though, falling down now. Yeah, from the mappers, it does sound like the final floor is gonna be the hardest one. It's true that floor 12 seems to cover more ground than floor 11, so it could be that from floor 13 maybe it's like savable on floor 12. Remains to be seen. It's really difficult to tell. You did mention that, Red Panda, but I didn't check it out. I've been very deep into the dip, let's say. Floor 12 seemed a bit easier to figure out than floor 11. Well, how would we know? Currently we have 0 sections figured out on floor 12. I haven't heard of like a total building time for this map, but it's in the hundreds of hours for sure, at least. Lars, back to the cat jump. Ren is the only one to get to floor 12 so far. It's possible for you to just freak him to floor 16 and see. I could do that, but we're gonna wait until the players get there. to keep it a little bit of a surprise for us as well. Here we go, Lars over the first narrow part. And the second. Very slow, but the turtle stays alive for now. The flip. Now the final jumps. Lars getting really good runs going today. Turns to left probably here. Let's see if it works still. A little bit of the drift on that landing. Yeah, Lars will redo this one. It's fortunately entirely possible to just go back and try this again. No problem. Don't need to even do the turtle again. Turn around. Looks like better speed this time. Line is good. And speed should be fine. Back to 409. The map is, map is validated so that the floors are individually cleared. And then they have done like added up the times that they had on each floor, added 25% to that combined time, and then that's the author time, which is 54 minutes. The leaderboard right now is that Bren is on floor 12. We have Elcon still second place at the end of floor 11. And then Virtual and Hazard are tied on the plastic halfpipe on floor 11 as well. Lars has made it a little bit further today into floor 11 too. Oh, Lars a bit on the side. But the recovery is possible. We'll get to the beginning of the floor. And check in with these guys. Seems like Elcon and Lars, Elcon and Hazard pretty close together, but Elcon a little bit behind. Trying to do the tunnel here. Works out. Very clean. Let's see again if Lars can get this 4-9 to work. Good night, Chris. Rest well. Dexter has been climbing for a couple of days now. I don't think this is really Dexter's style, but not looking bad at all. Making some good progress though. This is a tricky situation to survive. Very good player, of course. Oh, Lars again. This time stays on the beam. The turn possible. Very carefully, I think. Makes it work. Some tough jumps here. Lars has been doing great though. Elcon did take a break, but now he's back on the climb. If you were a mapper for DD2, what theme would you choose for your floor? I don't know. I could choose from many different ideas. I would try to choose something that no one else generally does, I think, but I don't know what it would be. I don't usually build stuff like this. I'd need a couple days to think about it. Oh, it can't be anything super high speed because you just don't have the space to build it. Let's see, Lars. Speed should be enough. Line. Good. Yeah, I know it's fixed on the website, Red Panda, but it's still here on this leaderboard. So I'm gonna keep it up because people are still asking about it when they see it on the plugin. Is the line good? It looks pretty good. Lars, soon back to floor 10. Could you explain what's the general idea behind what's going on, the map and the event? Just got interested since checking the stream yesterday and feel a bit out of the loop. No problem. So, the goal here, we have a map built by about 20 people. They have combined different floors. There's 16 of them, or 17 if we count floor 0. So, basically, it's a pretty simple goal. Finish the map. But it's made a bit more difficult by the fact that there's no checkpoints. If you fail, you need to restart from the ground, or hope that you fall somewhere earlier on in the tower. So, basically, these guys are just trying to get to the top. Every floor is higher up, so you try to just reach the next one, try to do the obstacles built by different mappers. And if you manage to beat the map as the first player to do so, you currently win about $15,000 USD. $30,000 in the prize pool. 50% to first place, 30% to second, and 20% to third. Falcon's fine, it seems. Still playing, currently on floor 7, Hazard, floor 9, very soon. But Lars here, floor 10, doing good again. You start from 0 every day, Sam. Like, you fall down a lot. It's not like you make, like, progress for the entire day. It's generally like, you climb up, you fall, you climb up, you fall, and you do this, like, 30 times a day, maybe a bit more, maybe 100 times a day, and then you start a new grind next day. Lars, in the pool. One more spin. How's it gonna work? Gets the gear. Spin starts. A little bit of a troublesome plastic hit there. I don't know, Lars might still have had enough speed there. Tries to recover, tries to turn around. Doesn't want to commit after that small plastic bounce there, but it's just too late. It's too late to try to save that line, and Lars will fall to floor 9. You need to make the decision so quickly. It's hard to say, like, okay, should he just go, you know, should he recover some other way? Should he, right? It's easy to say in hindsight, but such a split-second decision that you need to do. Even if it's default movement, I think it's probably gonna fall to floor 7 or so. I can check, I suppose. Or is moving forward. So maybe to the pool in, you know, best case scenario, but it might miss. Yeah, the ice spin essentially allows you to... Hazard. Consoling Lars here. Saying some nice words, some extra motivation to start the next run again. Now going in. The reason why you need to do the ice spin is because you have to get the speed for the next jump. And when you go on this slippery ice, and you have plastic as well, which you have wet icy wheels, it works the same as ice basically, don't worry about it. So when you go into this platform, like when you try to do it without the spin, the problem that you'll face is that you need to spend all of your speed correcting the line again, so you go a little bit to the left and then you very quickly need to slow down again because you need to go again to the right. So the way that it works is that you do the spin and then the spin gives you the correct line straight towards the jump and you don't need to do any extra movements, you will get more speed and you will clear the jump. That's essentially it. So basically, skipping the spin forces you to be sideways too much and you will lose out on the speed. Oh, Hazard back on floor 10. Super consistent today. One more run. So in Spectator, the inputs are just less accurate. Don't look at them too much. Because it's not reading the actual inputs of the players. It's estimating the inputs based on wheel positions. And wheel positions are not accurate in spectating. Good ice slide. Only Bren has been to floor 12. Hi Argo. I don't know much about the technicalities of getting an input overlay like this working. That's beyond me. But there's a good Open Planet Discord that can answer these questions. Hazard, a little bit to the side. I think the speed might barely be enough. Yeah, it will be. And we go. Pipe jumps. First one works. Commits and it will work. It was pretty clean. Maybe not the most confident line we've seen on that jump, but works out. Then to the spin. Tries it as well. This one looks better than Lars before and it will just about land. So we do have a run to the end of floor 10. Maybe to floor 11 as well. Plastic landing, no problem. And then the half pipes, they've been a little bit on and off today. Sometimes working, sometimes not working. Let's see, the turn a little bit too early will clip the ice, but this time looks a bit more controlled. So Hazard will be staying on the ice. This is a big improvement from the previous similar mistake. So you can go back and forth, restart the whole thing. You can also go back to the beginning of the floor by jumping off to the left here. Hazard. We'll see what the decision is. But it is... Oh. Hazard. Will fortunately land. So, yeah, Hazard decides to do the Elcon save. Well, Lars there giving a little bit of a tip there, but at the same time, Hazard back to the beginning of the floor. It's not so bad. At the end of the day, you're still doing a strategy that you haven't done before. So when you're on a run like this... Oh, the ice slide. It does start finally. It works out. So at the end of the day, it's still scary. You're still doing something you've never done before on this map. And anything that you do will be... You'll kind of like have to be very careful, and it's just scary. So it's good that there was some kind of save. It's good that Hazard manages to get back on the floor. 2 hour run. Yeah, Hazard has been saving this one on 4-7 and 4-8, I think, and whatever else. Doing very nicely. Very nicely today. So many runs to floor 10. Hazard here got to floor 11 for the first time today, and has been getting there multiple times since, equaling the 3rd place run right now from virtual. At the same plastic halfpipe that virtual is trying to clear. Again to the spin. The gear is there. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. Goes for it still. It's a bit slow. Maybe to the dirt below. Oh, it turtles. Maybe to floor 9. It will land. Well, at least Hazard gets to converse with Lars here. So we have our conversation there and keep going. Back towards floor 10. The run keeps going. Yeah, I haven't seen, Ericsson, I haven't seen the save being done, but people are saying that you can get enough speed for the actual strategy for the plastic landing by going back and forth on the ice and then just committing to the jump. But I haven't seen it being done. Maybe someone has done it though. Well, here we go again. Onto the pole, line is good, landing works. Elcon still playing. Seems like a recovery, probably from the final jump of floor 8. Often end up there if you fail the final jump. My pleasure, Jakub. Back we are. Well, Hazard at least getting a lot of practice on this floor. Probably doesn't hurt at this point. Oh, Lars back to the bottom, so I guess the fall didn't work so well. Exclamation point song Orion. Hazard keeps going then around the ice. Bot is maybe a bit slow today. Don't worry, it'll eventually say it. Unless the bot is actually dead, but it's been slow recently. There we go. Well, Hazard here. Into the pipes again. First one works. Then the second one. Looks good. Back to the spin. This has been getting better and better for Hazard, but it's still a little bit shaky. Spin. Timing looks good. This should make it, I think. Yeah. This time it works. Gliding through. Now we'll set up again for this final part. That could actually be it, Twist. I'll have to ask Uhu if he has some idea. Well, let's see then. Hazard back to the half pipes. Getting so much practice here. Starting on the right side. Left side, is the timing good? Looks very good to me. Stays on the ice, and then the landing onto the plastic looks very good. This, I think, looks promising. Bounce, the landing, and back to floor 11. Through we go, the first few jumps. Has a personal best chance here, but has to clear a few sections before that. It is the tricky one. It is the plastic. So, we'll see. Third. Taking the speed. Line. That looks good. One step closer now. The speed should be fine. Landing into the loop looks good as well. Now very close. Very, very close. See if the plastic works this time. If we get there. A couple landings before that, of course. But these two work, no problem. Then just the high jump landing. Don't want to go too far. Don't want to take it too slow. Hazard goes in. Landing works. And then second one works as well. So Hazard gets another attempt on the plastic. Just needs to get a very, very precise line onto this wall ride. Knows exactly what to do. Has tried this before. Has seen the strategies. Could become the third person to clear this jump. Needs to land into the wall. Then upside down on the plastic. This looks pretty promising. It will go a little bit too far to the right though. Hits the platform and unfortunately will not go through. Well, Hazard lands on floor 8, so I suppose the run keeps going. 2 hours and 15 minutes in. We are doing some turtling again. Well, in the same time, Elcon 21. Just reached floor 10. Hazard has had a couple endless runs before as well. We shall see. Elcon has cleared the plastic. Has landed into the pool twice. Could be another one. Needs to clear this floor, of course, and get all the way through the first half of floor 11 as well. Back up on the dirt. I don't know any username origins, really. I feel like I know probably none. I guess I know the virtual one. Virtual, I remember, has explained it. My own I know also. I think for virtual it was like misspelling virtual, right? Something like that. Let's see the spin, Elcon. So clean. I don't even know how he does it. I felt like Elcon kind of was a bit slow to the entry, but it's still like the cleanest spin you've ever seen in your life. It's kind of crazy. Like, this guy is just so good at ice. It's kind of ridiculous. Much more confidence for sure, yeah. Like, always just commits to it, and yeah. Just like, trusts the intuition. And already on the half-pipes. Going in, right side line, left side, then to the right. Stays on the ice. Oh, but no, I spoke too soon. And this is not even on the map. Elcon knows it as well. That line really looked like it would work. That really looked like it would work. Not sure how that went too far to the left after all. But so it is. Elcon also off the server now, but Hazard's run keeps going. Elcon might be taking another break here, at least. Good night, Red. My own name comes from Villa, which is my name, and then SB comes from a Trackmania game mode called Speedball that I used to play, a PvP game mode. Where does the Villa come from? I think it comes from Wilhelm. I don't know any further than that though. You'll need to read up on some I don't know who studies this kind of stuff. What is Trackmania? It's an FPS game that the Trackmania developers made like 10 years ago. Arena FPS game. Like fast-paced game. SB Wilhelm. Etymology, that's the one, yeah. Well, we're back to floor 9. Hazard has done this a couple times today. Speedball TV. That has to have been a quick login. Not sure which players have access to that account. Good game mode though. Here we go again. How far did Hazard get? Has gotten to the plastic half pipe on floor 11. We're gonna do another Trackmania stream. Eventually, yes. I do still play the game. Less than Trackmania though. Back to these floor 9 sections. We've seen these so many times. Quarter pipe up, landing down, and then the tough one. That landing is a little bit too far. I think Hazard will redo this one. Should we try to keep chat in English? Preferably yes. Thank you, Cosmic Muffin. Appreciate it. Back we go. This looks a little bit better, but it's still ending too late. Hazard. Readjust that. Don't push it, Veltaz. Okay, merge. What is the name of the map that you showed the other day that you need to hit the flagpoles and then enter a tiny hole to the end? The double flag bounce map. That is Khaki Reloaded 290. .230, that is enough speed. Makes it. Hello everyone. We've had the Bren run into floor 12 and it is in the WR clip comment. You want to check it out? Wasn't on this stream, from Bren's spot. Oh, you saw the Bren one. Yeah, that's the only one. Nothing more than that. We had pretty good runs though, like Lars getting a new personal best on floor 11. We also had Hazard getting a new PB, and maybe we'll see another one here. So many floor 11s today, yeah. It does seem like we're getting further and further into the map. Not in the sense that the world record is like, you know, improving like crazy, but in the sense that we have so many more players getting to the sections that seem to be the choke points of floor 11, and that's gonna help people figure out like new strategies perhaps, and at the very least, you know, get more players into floor 12 as well. No, yeah, don't worry about that, Hefa. It's not a legitimate run. The Bob run. No problem on these early parts of floor 10. Hazard keeps it going. Yeah, that's the one, Hefa. Been very slow the last few days, and it's not like it's gonna get much faster. But I do think we'll see more and more players in the sort of world record range in these next few days. Virtual has caught up. Hazard has caught up. Not really to Bren, but very close. Could be just one run and we have another player on floor 12. Scrappy has been doing pretty well as well, yep. I don't think Scrappy has got to floor 12 yet, floor 11 yet. But close. At the very end of floor 10. Hazard gets the speed, gets the line. Now to the pool, commits and lands. One more spin. Gets the gear pretty late. Will commit to this. Is it enough? Barely enough speed. So Hazard will make it through. And then around the plastic. A little bit far this time, but it works. Back to the pipes. The half pipes. We go in. Turn around. Looked good. Then the plastic. Very much in the center. Needs to compensate a little bit with the ISO wheels, but this looks fine. And we are through. Another floor 11. They just keep coming today. There are so many. Let's see now. Maybe we get another attempt on the plastic. Two-and-a-half-hour run, by the way. It's been a while since Hazard has seen the ground floors. Here we go. The speed should be fine. The line looks good. Oh, it's a little bit short. I think Hazard might have released a bit too much there. Or maybe it was a slowdown at the end of the day still. Because it kind of looked like it wasn't. The speed looked fine. But, well, the outcome is that we restart floor 10. Anyone knows where I can find the validation of Khaki Reloaded 290? In the Khaki Discord, someone might have posted like a streamable link. Oh, the best has it. Well, that was fast. Well, this is entirely recoverable though. It's a long journey, but you go here, and then you just drive around. Go all the way through the tunnel. And then, I don't know where you go. Not here. Guess you go here. And you restart the floor. So, doable. Dude, the bot really is slow today. Wonder what it is. Here we are again then. Back we go. Same old floor 10 sections. Floor 10 out of these higher floors is like looking to be the most recoverable one. As in, like, you can fall down from floor 11 to this floor. Keep in mind though that floor 12 doesn't really overlap with floor 10 because it's on the other side of the map. All of the floors are essentially like built in a spiral, so every floor is like a half circle, and then it goes like the next floor overlaps with like half of the previous floor. Does that make sense? So it kind of goes in like a circle upwards. So 12 doesn't really overlap with floor 10. Oh, that was close. But 13 will. 13 will overlap with floor 10, and then 14 will overlap exactly with floor 10, which could help. But then, like, you also have these, like, snow downhills that if you land to those, you're gone. No recovery. Can you draw a diagram in paint? Come on, we have a run to watch. Surely I explained it well enough. Back onto the pipes. Here we go. Be glad to hear, Aisha. What the hell is a circle? Surely you as a mapper know how this was built. Well, back to the ice spin we go. Here is there. The spin looks good. This looks like Hazard's best spin yet, honestly. That looked very confident. Hello, DDR. You just place blocks? Oh, okay. That makes me even more scared for your floor, honestly. We'll see. Keep going. Back to the half pipes. It's like a corkscrew, yeah. Kind of. The turnaround. It's gonna be close to the edge, but it works this time. Then the turnaround. This looks promising. No wiggles. Trusts the speed. It works. Back to 11. Spectating is weird today. The cars are kind of floating a bit too much, but what we do know is Hazard is through. Gets to try this again. Getting more and more practice. Landing. First one is good. Second one works. Still maybe releasing a bit much. But it works, so no problem. This landing looks good enough from what we've seen before, and it will indeed work. Helix is a good word as well, yeah. Cool. Well, back we go. Big jump. By releasing, I mean releasing acceleration. Down we go, jumping up. Is the speed good? It looks to be too far. And this might be the end of the 2-hour and 34-minute run. Holding the acceleration to fly back down a little bit faster. That's what it's gonna be. Getting more and more tries on this floor today though. Hazard making really good progress overall. But the fall from there, that is a tough one. How's up? Has anyone beaten the Volta Guard from Bren earlier today? Nope. No one else has reached floor 12. Might need to adapt Elcon's jump there. Yeah, but the thing is that Elcon wasn't even doing Elcon line anymore. So I'm not really sure if... It's hard to really say which one really is, like, better, you know? As a spectator, I feel like this is one of the things that I can't really, like, form a true, like, a good opinion on which one is better. So... So here's the jump, right? You jump up here. Now the Elcon line that Elcon tried out did manage to do it once, but also failed it once. You jump to the right instead. And on the right side, you have these plastic blocks that stop you, in the best case scenario, from falling down. But the problem here, there's two problems. One is that this is a higher jump, as we can see. So you need more initial speed. This is a bit of a lower jump, so it might be easier to adjust. And the other problem is that you might still overjump the plastic as well. This really only is safer if you already kind of make the landing to begin with. So... yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to say. In worst case scenario, you might even get like a weird plastic bounce, yeah. You are the bot now, thank you. I'll restart the bot if it's actually not working. This was not supposed to be a hard jump, really? Well... well... Let me get the bot back up. If it's actually not working. It is so slow. So slow. Maybe there still are like easier setups for some of these floor 11 jumps, but like, I don't know. Surprised by the low PB of Dexter? You shouldn't be, because Dexter only started like 2 days ago. Hazard still on the ground. Probably taking a break after that run. It kind of lasted a while. Just ended stream. Yeah, okay. Understandably. Uh-huh. That's not too bad, Pillow. I'm sure you can get further as well. Okay, well, no Elcon anymore either. Has left the server a while ago. Hazard, I suppose, gonna call it a day. And yeah. Bren, suppose, is not doing the morning sessions, the Australia morning sessions anymore. It could be that we might call it a day, as well as the likelihood of anyone getting a high run going right now is probably unlikely. The players might stay up later during the weekend, but I think it's understandable that some players are taking short sessions and, you know, taking days off and such as well. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if there was like a, you know, sort of a collective day off, so I could take a day off as well. But well, as long as the players are climbing, we're gonna be following them as well. We'll document everything we can. Try to track all the PBs and all the water guards and all the improvements and all the strats and everything else. But I think now would be a good chance to maybe call it. It's been a good session. So many floor 11 attempts. Not really anything, you know, nothing like world record sort of hype happened in this evening session. Of course, Bren did get the record earlier today, but still, really good personal best from Hazard, from Lars. A lot of players really improving on these earlier floors, getting more and more runs in, and yeah, it's looking very good. My PB is still on the start line. I'll play the map eventually after the event. But okay. Great work from Hazard and from all these players. But I think we'll be done for today. Let me see what's happening. On Twitch. The checkpoint version will happen eventually after the event. So, you know, I might try to finish that one, but I'll try this full version just to get, like, you know, the feel for whether whether I can learn something from watching hundreds of hours of other players play this, which, yeah, it's gonna go bad, but at least, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the streams. You're really making this event a lot better. I'm glad to hear that. Make sure also to follow the players themselves. Some of them might be playing in solo. Some of them might be, you know, trying out to you know, do some occasional streams. Some of them maybe haven't streamed too much, so you might find them on Twitch as well and check those POVs out, especially in the afternoon hours when I'm not streaming myself. But yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. Let me check what's happening on Twitch. Who hasn't been streaming for like 8 hours? Is there anyone? That's usually like a good go-to. Someone who hasn't been like on a ridiculous session. Stealth JD maybe has been really trying to get some personal bests onto floor 3 and putting in some serious hours. I think that could be a good one. Throw you guys over there. Getting some like more casual player, not really casual